of the Chelmsford School Committee to order. We all rise for the Pledge of Allegiance.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. This meeting is being live streamed by Chelmsford Telemedia and posted to the CPS website for interested community members to access and watch. In-person public participation will be taking place tonight in accordance with social distancing and safety protocols established by the Chelmsford School Committee Public Participation Guidelines. Anyone interested in speaking during the public input portion of the meeting who had notified the superintendent's office of the desire to speak have been provided with these guidelines and assigned a time to attend to speak. If anyone watching this meeting live has questions or comments to share, they're encouraged to email one of us during the meeting. We'll read their questions or comments during our second public input session at the end of the meeting. So welcome to this meeting of the Chelmsford School Committee. The focus of tonight's meeting, after a few presentations, will be to examine and approve the budget for the fiscal year 2023. Before and during that process, members of the public that are present here tonight will be allowed to make comments and ask questions about the budget. So our first order of business is to approve minutes from our last few meetings, which are the 1st, the 8th, 14th. I'm going to ask that we table the minutes from the 17th just to further clarify some of the comments and discussions from that particular meeting until the next meeting. So
I make a motion to approve the meeting minutes from February 1st, 2022 school committee meeting, February 8th, 2022 school committee meeting, and the February 14th, 2022 school meeting, or committee meeting.
Second. Okay, any other corrections on the minutes for those three meetings? Okay, all in favor?
Aye.
Anybody opposed? Okay, 5-0. All right, next up, student representatives.
Hi, everyone. So it is now March, and we are in term 3. So guidance counselors are going to Junior Plus blocks to talk about senior year and their post-CHS plans. And juniors will be scheduling individual junior meetings soon to kick off this process. Also, the application process for the senior capstone program is still going on, and through this program, any interested senior will have their last day of school be April 1st, and will get to complete an internship with an outside organization of their choice for the rest of the school year. And the deadline to turn applications in is this Friday. Also, the CHS House Olympics are coming up the week of March 14th, which is going to be really fun. This includes a senior versus staff hockey game, a dodgeball tournament, and a trivia night. Also, our next school dance is currently scheduled for March 18th, and it's going to be super fun. Also, Thomas Brown, a freshman, became the first freshman All-State champion in CHS history, and the first freshman All-State heavyweight champion in Massachusetts history. Additionally, Jack Walsh placed 7th in the competition, so congratulations to both of them. Also, MCAS will be held March 9th through the end of March, which includes testing for the current sophomores and makeup sessions since COVID has disrupted the schedule over the past few years. Also, the SATs will be held on March 12th. And a change to the school that's happening is some new furniture, which is going to be really great. I've already seen some of it in the Career Center. They have a new, it's a presentation area. I personally sat over there today, and you guys should all go check it out. Also, back in mid-February, CHS's 2 a cappella groups, the Crescendos and the Thursdays, both competed in the ICHSA quarterfinals. And the Thursdays placed 2nd and the Crescendos placed 3rd. And they're both moving on to compete in the semifinals. So good luck to both of them. Almost done there. The CHS TV Winter Newscast came out recently featuring videos, Dr. Whittlesey's new books, the Eco Club stance on climate change, and Character Strong. And this can be found at chstv.org. Also, today was the electives fair, so underclassmen had the opportunity to go find out which elective classes they'd like to take next year, and they can pick these electives throughout next week. And finally, the therapy dogs were at CHS today, which a lot of students really enjoyed. And thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you. All right, anybody else have any good news to share?
That's what?
Yeah, she took
Yeah,
it.
yeah, I'll piggyback on what you were saying about the wrestling team. In addition to, Thomas Brown and Jack Walsh, Will Walsh also placed in the state tournament and made the All-States. And their coach, Coach Pichon, was actually named the Division I Coach of the Year. So congratulations to Coach Pichon. He was, I believe, only in his 2nd year, and the team took top 8, I think, in the state out of 40 teams. So congratulations to them. All right, anybody else?
I just wanted to make a quick comment. So there's, just really briefly, I would just like to take a moment of silence for some of the people of Ukraine right now. There's this picture that you can find on the internet of all these little kids hiding in a basement. And to try to give these families and communities normalcy, they all started and they all went to school. And teachers went to teach, and parents trusted the teachers. And I just hope these people are our peers. And I hope we just have a moment of silence for those Ukrainians that need our support. Thank you.
Thank you, John. All right, okay, we're now to our first public input session for the evening. We have a list of 11 registered speakers, so what I'll do is just call people in the order they are here on the list. When you come up to the microphone, I would like to start, if you could just give your name and address. I'd also ask, try to limit your comments to 3 to 5 minutes. We do have a lot of speakers tonight, so as everyone has the opportunity to speak. Remember that this comment period is for items listed on tonight's agenda. Also keep in mind that we will not be responding directly to your comments during this part of the meeting, but we will try to address them when we get to that item in tonight's agenda. So our first registered speaker for tonight is Kathy Peluso.
Hi, Kathy.
Good evening. My name is Kathy Peluso, 10 Bentley Lane in Chelmsford. I'm the Vice President for Support Staff and have been a paraprofessional for 13 years. I earn $1.30 more than the new hires after being employed for 13 years. I left my career 25 years ago, and in becoming a paraprofessional, I took a 75% decrease in pay. I have never looked back thinking I made a mistake. I truly love my job. As paraprofessionals, our job responsibilities continue to expand each year. Yet, apart from a 2% annual increase, our compensation does not align with our responsibilities. Paras are entrusted with the most vulnerable students in our district, yet we earn less than a high school student working part-time. I work at CHS with students in grade 9 through 12, and I welcome you to come see what I do every day. Our classroom is not the typical classroom. We provide academic support to students who have significant social, emotional, and behavioral challenges. To be effective as a para in our room, I not only need to support the social emotional learning needs of our students, I need to know math, English, science, and history curriculum across all grade 4 levels. For most support staff in our district, our work is so much more than a job. It is a career. No, it is a passion. We do this work because we care, because we want the very best for each and every student. We want our kids to succeed. The sad truth, though, is that CPS support staff cannot survive on the pride we take in our work. We want to earn compensation that is in line with our responsibilities. Next, I would like to address the secretaries. The secretaries and clerks in all the buildings go above and beyond every day. They are the backbone to a school. They help run the school daily. They are the first to see when entering the building. Their duties not only involve helping admin, staff, students, and parents, they provide endless support to all employees while handling all students' needs. Finally, our recess aides. The recess aides are the unsung heroes of each building. The recess aides go unnoticed each day. They're responsible for the safety of all the students during lunch and recess. This seems like an easy task, but in reality, keeping kids safe, handling conflicts, and each and every day, the recess aides ensure a playful environment for all students. Many CPS support staff have to work 2 to 3 jobs to live here in the district where we work. On our salaries, we don't actually qualify for low-income housing because our salaries are lower than the minimum requirements. So with all that said, I'm here tonight. One second, I'll tell you why I'm here tonight. Asking the school committee to ensure this fiscal year budget reflects a salary adjustment for support staff that brings our salaries in line with surrounding districts that DESE compares us to, a salary that will afford us the ability to live here in town. Please provide a livable wage for the hardworking support staff of Chelmsford Public Schools. Thank you for your time.
Yes. Thank you.
Next up is Peter Malloy.
All right, Peter.
If the microphone is buzzing, just feel free to move it a little bit.
Peter Malloy, 3 Village View Road. While I do have 2 children in the school, system. I come here more as a taxpayer and a colleague, as a fellow educator. According to multiple organizations, a living wage for Massachusetts residents is anywhere between $40,000 and $60,000 a year. According to Health and Human Services data, the poverty line in Mass is $27,800 per year for a family of 4. As it currently stands, Chelmsford Public Schools employs 171.5 paraprofessionals, or roughly 21% of all full-time employees in Chelmsford Public Schools, at an average yearly salary of $22,129. This is all pulled from the budget. This is significantly less than the DESE comparable districts like North Andover and Wakefield, both who pay their paraprofessionals roughly 20% more than Chelmsford pays their paraprofessionals. It's also well below what's considered a living wage, but most outrageously, it's $5,700 below the poverty line in Massachusetts. The cold hard truth is, when full-time employees and 100% of all paraprofessionals are paid below the federal poverty line, it's a clear sign that education in Chelmsford is massively underfunded. Now, to be sure, this is not a direct problem of this school committee or the superintendent, and Chelmsford is not alone with this issue. The entire public education system is built on paying full-time employees below the poverty line. Go to any town and look up their paraprofessionals, and they'll be roughly within the same pay scale as Chelmsford's. But alas, as Tip O'Neill famously quipped, all politics are local. And never is this more accurate than when talking about funding education, as a majority of funding for a town's education budget comes from the town's property tax and rests with this board. I get that your hands are tied with regards to how much money you have, but politically, your hands are not tied. Our elected officials on this board, the town select board, as well as their hired employees, the superintendent and town manager, they have agency. The principals, the assistant principals, other upper district administrators have a platform. They have the ability to say, this isn't right for our employees, for our colleagues. They have the platform to inform residents that the Chelmsford Public Schools full-time paraprofessionals are paid below the poverty line and deserve more. And when there's relative silence on this issue, it's left to voters like me and the paraprofessionals behind me to fight for their right to be paid at a level that, at the very least, meets the federal poverty line in Massachusetts. So I urge this body to push hard against line items that reward raises to the highest earning administrators, while simultaneously paying 21% of its full-time employees below the poverty line. Additionally, I urge this body to use their political platform and agency to demand better funding solutions that would ensure all full-time employees in Chelmsford Public Schools are paid a wage that gets them above the poverty line and ultimately closer to the minimum standard of living in Massachusetts. Getting all 171.5 full-time paraprofessionals above the poverty line would cost the district roughly $1 million, or 1.5% of the current planned budget of $67.5 million. Finally, please ask yourselves as elected officials, how much longer can you expect full-time educators to continue to work for pay that is below the poverty line? Thank you.
Okay, next up we have Margie Lotto. Margie.
All right, Margie. Stay strong.
I am strong. Margie Lotto, Jordan Street, Chelmsford. June of 2019. Dear Mrs. Lotto, thank you for all of the hard work you have put into my personal school career to allow me to succeed. Your skills in teaching and understanding students' struggles to help them is incredible and will always benefit everyone who meets you. I am glad that I had an opportunity to meet you and work with you to help achieve goals I may have thought not possible. It shows how much you care for students and their own individual learning style when you are able to help anyone, no matter what the problem is. Your wisdom and knowledge of anything and everything has proven to be valuable to not only me, but everyone that surrounds you. Thank you for a wonderful high school career and helping me through rough times. I am truly thankful for everything you have done for me, and will always remember the moments I had with you. Thanks. I am going to leave the name anonymous because I don't have his permission to share it, and I don't want to put him in that position. Although this note was written to me, it could have been written to any number of paraprofessionals in our school system. I retired in 2020 after 24 years of service at the South Row Elementary School and at the high school. And during those years, I had the privilege of knowing and collaborating with some of the most hardworking and dedicated individuals, some of whom are sitting behind me. Are we worth it? You bet we are.
Absolutely.
All right, next up, we have Lauren Cochran.
All right, Lauren.
Hi, everybody. Thank you. Thank you for this opportunity. Am I supposed to clean this in between?
No, it's okay.
Okay.
Just want to just give your address, just.
All right. I'm Lauren Cochran. I live at 46 Augusta Way, Chelmsford, Massachusetts, but I am a teacher at the high school as well as the president of the CFT union. Thank you for allowing me to speak this evening, and I'm hopefully representing all of the members of the Chelmsford Federation of Teachers. We represent teachers, paraprofessionals, recess, lunch aides, nurses, custodians, secretaries, and support staff. As you know, we've had this campaign all year. We're keeping it a positive, entitled We're Worth It. It's to shed light on the severely underpaid paraprofessionals and support staff in our district. With the budget approval deadline approaching, we ask that you look closely at the details and salaries for all staff to see if there are areas for adjustment. The union has taken a look at the budget. We had many questions that Dr. Lang and I have met, and we've sought out answers for them. Obviously, I agree with Mr. Malloy in that we need about $1.5 million more, so hopefully we can find it. I would be lying, however, if I said staff morale was strong. For many, it is not. Our administration and our relationship with the union is getting stronger daily. We work closely for the betterment of the schools and staffs and the students. However, morale still is not that strong for many. We've had a tough 2 years, and many are suffering from burnout. We're hoping that you will see this year as a year to encourage, reward, and nurture not only our students, as we do, but your valuable staff. It is our belief that the bulk of the budget should go towards the students and those staff that work with students closely. Teachers, secretaries, aides, paraprofessionals are on the front lines. We have been on the front lines literally during the last 2 years of this pandemic. Many are severely underpaid and do not even make a living wage, as you just heard. You have all received the brochure we put together in the fall. Our support staff and paraprofessionals do not even qualify for affordable housing in Chelmsford. Paraprofessionals work alongside students every day. They work one-on-one with students, tutoring, encouraging, nurturing, as you just heard. They are an integral and important part of our system. Secretaries and administrative assistants also are the faces of the school to the public. They see students daily and work tirelessly on behalf of our system. Of course, teachers work directly with students, and our staff is exceptional. We all deserve a major increase in salary this year, but especially the paraprofessionals and support staff. Our school system seems to be inverted pyramid, with those at the top of the salary scale being the ones that do not work in the trenches with the students. A question you might ask yourself rhetorically is, are we too top-heavy in our school system? And are the resources currently being allocated going to direct service our students and families of Chelmsford? We are asking for a strong statement from you when reviewing the budget that you will place the money where it deserves to be, with the teachers, nurses, custodians, aides, secretaries, and paraprofessionals. Thank you.
Thank you, Lauren.
Okay, next up, we have Donna Taylor.
All right, Donna.
Good evening, Dr. Lang, Dr. Hirsch, and school committee members. My name is Donna Taylor, 53 Bartlett Street, Chelmsford, Mass. I'm a paraprofessional at Parker Middle School. I presently support students in the 6th grade, but have worked in all grade levels over the past 25 years. The role of a para has changed significantly over the years, but our salaries do not reflect the increase in our responsibilities. When I was hired, I provided only academic support. Now I support students with academic, emotional, and behavioral issues. I support them in all of their classes that they attend. When a student is having difficulty in a classroom, be it academic or emotional, I work with them to give them the extra support that they need. I develop a relationship with my students, a bond that they need for support, reassurance, and success. Paraprofessionals are leaving Chelmsford and going to towns that offer significant salary increases compared to our district. This has contributed to the current shortage of paras in our classrooms. We are seeing seasoned staff leave because a para of 20-plus years of experience is making only $1.30 more than someone that is newly hired.
Horrible.
Yeah, our salaries are embarrassing. We are here this evening asking for the paraprofessionals to receive a salary adjustment for a fair, livable wage. Please consider our request in this year's fiscal budget. Thank you for your time and your consideration.
Okay, next up, we have Mary Fernandes.
Hi, Mary.
Good evening, my name is Mary Fernandes, and I live at 19 Walnut Road. Dr. Lang, Dr. Hirsch, and school committee members, thank you for listening to us this evening discuss this important matter. This is not only my job, it is my career. It is a job that I love. I'm committed to the success of every student I see during the day, not just special ed students, all students. Recently, the district has been focusing on providing SEL, social emotional learning, to all students. I fill that role as well. This year, I'm a para in the 8th grade. I'd like to encourage any of the board members to tag along with me for a day and see how much work it is to do my job. Beforehand, I encourage you to brush up on your 8th grade math formulas because you're going to need them. Your understanding of the French Revolution because there will be questions in class. You will have homework, so please do that on your own time. You need to read Animal Farm before English class because the students are going to need help with that. Unfortunately, you missed an exciting unit on plate tectonics, but don't worry. We have an upcoming weather and climate unit that's just as interesting. If it's Monday, I have to go to Learning Center. When I'm done at Learning Center, I'm going to PE so that I can monitor the behavior of 6th grade students. Oh, I almost forgot to squeeze in lunch. This town has made this job nearly impossible to continue in. It is not a job for someone that doesn't live in a dual income household. My salary is not a living wage. Over the years, I have had to supplement my income by working several other jobs. I worked for the community ed program during the week, and I worked at the summer program, making more money than my salary as a para. I also do after-school clubs. Everything I do is geared towards making a difference for the students of Chelmsford. I respectfully ask you to please make a difference for the paraprofessionals by providing them a living wage with your 2023 budget. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, next up, we have Kathleen Lopez.
Kathleen.
Good evening, school committee members, Dr. Lang and Dr. Hirsch. My name is Kathleen Lopez of 7 Bonanza Road. I'm a parent and a paraprofessional in Chelmsford, and I am here tonight to voice support for the Livable Wage campaign. I want to point out that the fiscal year 23 budget does not reflect a salary increase, and in fact is actually a decrease in funding from fiscal year 22. The omission of an increase forces me to ask myself why I continue to remain a paraprofessional when my salary does not reflect what I do. In a professional development session, we were once asked to write and to share our why. Why do we do what we do? And I want to share my why with you this evening. I'm a mother to 3 children of color. For most of their school lives, they did not see themselves reflected in their classrooms. They felt isolated and alone. My second year as a paraprofessional, my classroom had a new student to our building. This was in 1st grade. Like most first days of school, the students were given a coloring sheet that depicted a classroom filled with happy, smiling students, and they were asked to color the sheet with one of the students depicting themselves. My new student quickly colored all of the students in the picture yellow and placed it in their mailbox. They then came out to the hallway where I was welcoming students back to school with smiles, high fives, sharing our summer activities, asking about their hobbies and interests, as they were asking me about my children and my summer experiences. My new students stood there watching this interaction very carefully because my previous students were all of color. When they left, my new student looked at me and said, "Mrs. Lopez, how do you know these students?" I said, "Well, I did second grade with them." He looked at me, thought about this very carefully, turned around, walked back into the classroom, took his picture out of his mailbox, and promptly colored half of the students of color. This is my why. I create relationships with students that foster inclusion. Chelmsford needs to continue to foster these types of interactions, relationships, and growths within our schools. The school committee must consider the needs of the personnel that deliver these experiences, or you risk losing the experience and knowledge that your support staff brings to the students of Chelmsford. The fiscal '23 budget needs to reflect a livable wage for support staff. Thank you.
Great.
Okay, next up, Ammi Yan.
My name is Ammi Yan. I live at 7 Hemlock Drive, Chelmsford, Massachusetts. Good evening, Dr. Lang, Dr. Hirsch, and school committee members. Thank you for giving me the chance to speak to you about an important issue that has brought all of us to this meeting tonight. I have been working in the Chelmsford school systems for 24 years. As a professional who loves her job, believes in her colleagues and her students, and is asking for a livable wage for all support staff in the district. When I was hired in 1998, I earned $10 an hour, and in 2022, I earned close to $17.50 an hour. So in 24 years of service to this town and district, I have had an increase of $7.50, which is sad. Along with my counterparts, who many of them are sitting behind me, and from other programs under the SPED umbrella, I work hard to help our students achieve academic success and reach their goals. I love my job helping our students and seeing them succeed in their academic classes. At the end of the day, I leave CHS happy and fulfilled because I've done my job for the day. Each day I look forward to seeing my students, hearing about their games with their teammates, outings with their families, checking in to see if they need any help for assignments, or just to see how they're doing. Many times we walk to class together and talk about anything and everything. This indicates to me they trust me and will come to me if they need academic or emotional support. Sometimes we are their support system in the school building. They will come to us before they go to their teachers. Along with the SPED students, we also support general ed students in each of our classes. Over 24 years of teaching, I've had a few students that I have had a good working relationship with, and they have since left CHS. I still tutor some of those students in their college courses to help them get through college. I reteach my many lessons, concepts, make Quizlets for my students to learn the same concept in a different format. I also read to our auditory learners the short stories and the entire test and help them to create study guides for themselves. I also work with students during Pride Block to help them catch up with any missing assignments. Let me tell you what some of my teachers have said recently to me after learning what I earned during the year. For all you do at this job you should be paid close to step 1 of teachers' pay scale. You cover so many different subjects and keep all the facts together in order to make our students successful in their classrooms. I cover 4 English classes, grades 9 through 12, 1 chemistry class, grade 11, 1 math class, grade 11, and a study skills class that is grades 9 through 12. We also text the liaisons as the students leave our classes with assignments, and also if the students are not in class or absent. This is another form of communication with our counterparts in different programs. Recently, in chemistry class, a SPED student of mine called me over to ask for some help. My student told this general ed student, Mrs. Mia will explain the process and make it fun for us to learn. I thanked him for those kind words and realized that I did make a difference in that class. As I was helping him with the chemistry assignment, several of the general ed kids were listening in to our conversation. One of the girls told me later, she said, "You explain things and make it easy for us to understand. I wish you helped me during the course of the year." Some of our classes can have up to 7 students whom we support and follow during the day. That can be 7 different IEPs and accommodations that we have to keep in our mind as we support our students. After all these years, it is second nature to me as I enjoy supporting my students. I am told over and over again, I am a valuable staff member. Paraprofessionals are a vital part of the school system, and we are asking for.
Thank you. Thank you so much for letting me come. My name is Regina Jackson, 9 Essex Place, Chelmsford. Tonight I come as a resident, a taxpayer, and a parent of children who have benefited greatly from the outstanding work of our special ed paraprofessionals and teachers. I would like to strongly advocate to increase the wages in the step classifications to truly reflect the services they provide. Paraprofessionals are absolutely essential for the successful inclusion of children with disabilities and other abilities into the classroom setting and the school setting. They do so much more than people realize. They're the hands-on help. They're the ones that go in and help in the bathroom. They're the ones that help with the communication. They help with the dressing, the eating, mobility issues, the outbursts, the things that maybe typical students or do not exhibit, but they're always there. They're the link between the student and the teachers, and the student in the classroom, the student and other students, and they're the link between the students in the classroom and the parents and the caregivers. Paraprofessionals form strong bonds with the children, which is essential for the successful inclusion in the classroom and in the entire school. And those bonds are also reciprocal for many, many, many of these students. Paraprofessionals provide a continuity of care in the classroom when the teachers need to attend meetings, go out and address other issues, or if there's a substitute teacher. The continuity are the paraprofessionals who the students know and are familiar with, and they're the ones that hold it all together. Paraprofessionals are the glue. They're needed in each school to successfully and meaningfully keep children included in the typical school setting. Again, they do all the grunt work, and they are truly essential. The special ed world, in many respects, is very small. So when you have a child coming through the Chelmsford public school system, it could be for 12, 14, 15 years from beginning to end. So it's so important when you have all these long-term paraprofessional, wonderful people, that they provide the familiarity, the continuity across schools, across grades, across different programs. We're very fortunate as parents to have had many of the paraprofessionals behind us and at different points and aspects through the years for the education and for the benefit of our children. And it's a huge benefit, not only to the students, but also to the successful outcome for the children and for the Chelmsford Public School System. I ask that you consider the current compensation structure of long-term paraprofessionals and please correct it. Currently, there's a disincentive to staying in this position for a long term. The pay is too low to attract and keep qualified people for the long term. This causes continuous problems with staffing, and as you already know, classes often are shorthanded. The results are obviously you're short-staffed, there's low morale with the current overworked staff, and students and parents, they worry. They know what's going on. They know that when there's a turnover of paraprofessionals or there's lacking paraprofessionals in their child's classroom. Please consider budgeting pay increases to bring these dedicated, committed professionals, employees of the Chelmsford Public School System to a true living wage. I'm sure that you also value all these employees. I'm sure you do. And you thank them for their service to Chelmsford and to all our children, which we absolutely, truly appreciate. But that's not enough. You must pay them a decent, livable wage. Recognition and praise is nice, but it doesn't pay the bills. So thank you for your consideration. I really hope that you find it, that you are able to address this extremely important issue in the budget. Thank you.
Okay, next up, we have Lisatice. Lisatice.
Hey, Lisa.
Good evening. My name is Lisatice, and I'm a resident of Chelmsford, 7 River Meadow Drive. I've been a teacher in Chelmsford School. Now, this is my 19th year. I teach 4th grade. I'm speaking tonight to advocate for the inclusion in the budget for a fair and equitable wage increase for our professional staff members. For the sake of time, I'll just focus on the educational support personnel in our school system. They affect my life daily, and so it becomes very personal to me. Currently, the district has many openings for paraprofessionals to support our general ed students and our special ed students. The description of the job is sparse and does not cover the day-to-day job duties these men and women have. I want to add more detail to your understanding of what these men and women do every school day. A paraprofessional may work with students one-on-one or in small groups to reinforce learning. They may provide extra support during or after a teacher's lesson. They may also lead small group activities, allowing the teacher to support students in other ways. For example, a paraprofessional may work with a small group of students who need extra help understanding a math concept, while the teacher works with students who are ready to move on to learning the next concept. Behavioral support. Paraprofessionals often work with students who struggle with expectations for classroom behavior. For example, if a student has a behavior intervention plan, paraprofessionals may help to implement that plan. If the IEP team needs documentation about how behavioral interventions are working, paraprofessionals may take notes throughout the day. Paraprofessionals who provide behavioral support are taught strategies to help with behavior, like giving specific praise for appropriate behaviors. They may also be trained to help in crisis situations. Many paraprofessionals also build strong relationships with the students they work with. They often spend more one-on-one time with students than the other adults on staff. That gives them insight that can be used to help teachers understand what a student's behavior is communicating, and this understanding can help teachers respond to challenging behaviors with empathy. Some paraprofessionals work with children who have physical disabilities. Paraprofessionals can help with adaptive skills like self-care and communication. They may also collaborate with the school nurse to work with students who need medical support. For example, they may help children who are at risk for seizures, who have severe allergies. Paraprofessionals must have knowledge and skills to be good at working with students. And like other educators, a paraprofessional needs to know when to step back and encourage a student to be independent, but also when to step in and provide support. Paraprofessionals play important roles in schools and help make classrooms more inclusive. They add another layer of support to the classroom, allowing students to have more opportunities for one-on-one support. What's also not in this job description is the pull the cord in an emergency part of the job to cover for teachers as substitutes on a moment's notice. To be flexible when changing from one classroom level or class subject to another, and to be able to converse in a clear way the differing curriculum to struggling students. To quickly adapt to the technical demands to provide learning support to students. Certainly this was a big lift for all of us during the last 2.5 years. They are called on to monitor state testing exams in small classrooms and to provide accommodations for students taking those tests. And above all, they must cajole, humor, console, and reassure those students when they struggle with the demands of their school day, academically or socially. These are not entry-level positions, but currently, a 6-hour elementary para with 15 years of experience is making $22,700. An elementary ABA para is making about $1,000 more per year. Comparable salaries, according to salaries.com and indeed.com, to these positions would be an average salary for a fast food crew member at Wendy's is $23,200. A cashier in Market Basket makes $29,300. There are line items in this budget that are getting ample increases. For example, $408,000 for tutoring. I'm concerned that there are no provisions being made to increase the salaries of our professional support staff to a level that reflects meaning and dignity of the important work that they do. As a teacher, I have 22 to 26 students each year, and in that classroom are students with IEPs and 504s, each requiring multiple accommodations to be met to provide students with the support they need to learn. I consider the paraprofessionals I work with to be a critical partner to the success of meeting those goals. I'm worried that I will lose these important people because they continue to leave and take other better paying jobs. We are having difficulty attracting qualified candidates at the current salary levels. And without proper staffing, my students and I will both lose. Thank you for your consideration.
Okay, our last registered speaker for tonight is Kim Atkinson.
All right, Kim. Get up there. And strong.
Hello, Kim Atkinson, 35 Oak Hill Road, Westford, Massachusetts, and I am also a special education teacher at Byam Elementary. Good evening. As you begin your discussion and consideration of the upcoming budget, you will have much to consider. You will set your priorities and you will make some difficult decisions. Amongst those decisions is the monetary value you will place on the work done by our school support staff. I teach in one of the special education programs at Byam Elementary School. Our program serves many of the neediest students in the district and is staffed with a number of paraprofessionals. These paraprofessionals play a key role in the academic, behavioral, and social learning of our students. Hiring qualified paraprofessionals for our program has always been a challenge. Many years ago, we would look to hire individuals who, with extensive training, might have the potential to develop the skills necessary for this role. Now, we cannot even find candidates with potential. We can't find any candidates. Nobody wants these jobs. We have had vacant positions that have gone unfilled for months, and it impacts our program, and it impacts the progress of our students. We need to acknowledge that this is the reality of our current staffing situation. We need to recognize that nobody wants to do this job, a job for which the demands and expectations are significantly disproportionate to the low pay that it provides. We need to take a hard look at how we can once again bring in quality applicants and how we can retain our existing talented staff. We expect our paraprofessionals to implement highly specific and specialized educational programs. We expect them to understand the principles of task analysis. We expect them to understand and apply different types of chaining procedures. We expect them to understand different prompting methodology and the varied methods of prompt fading. We expect our paraprofessionals to have working knowledge of advanced data collection concepts and their application. We expect them to understand the difference between partial interval recording, whole interval recording, frequency data, and duration data. And we expect them to be able to do this accurately and consistently. We expect our paraprofessionals to remain calm and composed at all times, including and especially when students are in the midst of a challenging emotional or behavioral episode. We expect them to recognize when and how to support, redirect, and de-escalate. And we expect them to maintain that just right balance of empathy and firmness. We expect our paraprofessionals to implement interventions provided by the special ed teachers, speech therapists, occupational therapists, physical therapists, and behavior analysis. We expect that they will have enough of a working knowledge of each of these specialties so that they can implement these interventions across the student's day. And we expect them to accurately record the data. We expect that our paraprofessionals will, at a moment's notice, work with an unfamiliar student in a different classroom other than their norm without any information or training on that student's programming. Again, nobody wants to do this job for what we are paying. And we cannot find people to fill these positions, and we are losing talented people.
Right, for $75 a day, not worth it.
Our existing paraprofessionals have consistently risen to the expectations and demands placed before them. They routinely go above and beyond these expectations to meet the needs of our students. They deserve our respect, and they deserve to be paid a living wage. So as you consider the value of the work done by these dedicated individuals, I suggest you spend a day with one of them. See for yourself firsthand the work that they do. Better yet, come and substitute for one of them because there are many vacancies and you can experience the depth and the intensity of that work for yourself. Thank you.
So on behalf of the committee, I just want to thank all those people that came out to speak tonight in support of the support staff, along with the authors of several emails that we'll read at the end of the meeting. I think I speak for the whole committee when I say we all do respect and appreciate the work that's done throughout the school year, not only by our paraprofessionals, secretaries, and clerks, but also by our teachers, custodial staff, food service workers, and administrators. The reason why Chelmsford continually ranks so highly academically, despite not having as many financial resources as like communities, is because of all the hard work that all you people do. I also want to make the general public aware we have not yet engaged in any contract talks with most of these groups, but we will be doing so in the next few weeks. Once we do, we hope to hear what the specific requests of each group will be. In engaging in these talks, we hope to develop new agreements that will align with the needs and desires of all the staff and all the different labor groups, along with the needs of the district, all the while keeping in mind our responsibilities to the taxpayers of Chelmsford to provide the schools with the resources they need to operate. So again, thank you all for coming out tonight, and you can.
Let's do it for our kids, huh? Let's get these people paid for their well-educated.
Who was that?
Thank you, Regina. Thank you.
So I'm not going to speak, but I'd like to come to the maybe the next school board meeting when the parents are here, and I would like to speak. Can you just tell me how I achieve that? So I'd be allowed
Well,
to speak.
to speak at the meeting, it would have to be an agenda item, so it would have to be something that we're speaking about on the agenda that night. Otherwise, you can email one of us, and we can read your emails at the end of the meeting.
You can also stay to the end, though.
Right.
You can stay to the end, too, yeah.
Right, we can
Say to the
stay.
end, can I speak?
Yes, yeah. Yeah, you
You're
can stay.
saying you can only speak about your agenda?
At the beginning, at the beginning, yes. At the end, you can speak on other items, yep. Yep.
Last question, when's the next date?
If you wanted to, well,
Anytime.
parents can come at any time. If you wanted to email, I'm the superintendent, if you wanted to email or call, I can explain the whole process to you.
Hang out then, when it's
Yeah.
over, maybe I can get
Yep.
someone's email and contact.
Yeah,
information?
Absolutely. Sure,
Let me do that for you.
yeah, great.
Okay.
Okay, So we are now on to new business. Our first item on our agenda were the key teachers from UMass Lowell, but I believe they're not with us tonight.
Correct, they're not going to come here tonight. They're not able to join us, so we're going to jump right into the second item on the agenda.
Want to just, we'll get the door?
Yeah. So second, what we're going to do is we have our spotlight on the schools, as we do at each of our school committee meetings. We highlight some of the activities that are taking place at one of our elementary schools or middle schools or high school. And tonight is Byham Elementary School's turn. So Jason Fredette, the principal of Byham Elementary School, and Betsy Dolan, the assistant principal, are going to come and talk a little bit about some of the happenings at Byham Elementary School. So we're just going to give them a second to get set up.
We're good.
I know, but Linda's not here. So as soon as Linda gets back, we will start in with the presentation. But I welcome Jason and Betsy and appreciate you being here tonight to share some of the Byham happenings with us.
Thank you very much. I have the unique ability, and Dr. Lane pointed out, of picking the presentation date directly following a vacation. I think I'm like 3 years in a row doing that.
3 years in a row.
So he told me to keep it under an hour and a half. Is that good?
The under part is important.
Well, thank you so much for having us. This is, a highlight of us, to get in front of the school committee and hopefully all those viewers who are tuned to their stations. I know girls are watching, hopefully, still, getting close, but hopefully they're watching still. To highlight some of the things that we do in our schools. And Dr. Lang, several years ago, we used to come up as a group of 8 principals and go line by line and budget and school improvement plans, and it was usually I'm sure, a dreadful night for all. I mean, I don't know, even school committee members I felt were glossed over. So this is a nice format for us to share the good things that we do. And it's been, as we've heard from speakers just now, and we can all attest to, an unusual last 2.5 years. So we're usually trying to come up with a theme around what would the theme of our presentation be. And we really wanted to kind of look at what we've done kind of through the pandemic. And what are some of the positives that come out of this? What are the things that technologies we've picked up, and what are skill sets that we've learned and things that we realized that have benefited the school and would stay in place beyond pandemic time? So that is our kind of goal to kind of highlight for the evening. You can go ahead, Dr. Hirsch, just hit our Byham Pride banner that welcomes kids in the first day of school every year. That's just kind of an eye catcher. Eye candy, you can go on to the next one, and then Mrs. Dolan will talk a bit about what our agenda will include.
Yeah, so our agenda here, and this is just focusing on what changes have we maintained post the virtual technology, some technology that we've maintained. Our communication we've maintained through to parents, for example, with our SMORE newsletters, our morning announcements. We'll explain a little bit more later, but that's something that we've changed during the last couple of years, that we've kept our technology use for our social emotional learning, and also virtual field trips in the classroom for students in our building. Also some technology use with student collaboration, and our arrival dismissal, Mr. Fredette will go over as well, so.
Yeah, we will definitely get to that highlight. Well, we might have Mr. Moses join in, I think, he's sitting in the line. So, you can go, thank you. So one of the things that we realized during our initial, kind of that March of 2020, excuse me, was that, very hard to stay connected with our students, our families, and just started playing around with different videos that we would shoot, and I would, shoot them with my girls at home, doing the Pledge of Allegiance or doing other things, just get out to families. And, we found it hard to continually write newsletters during this pandemic, and how to how to communicate kind of what was going on, reassure you, talk about things to understand. And personality-wise, Betsy and I were a good match for this, because we've continued shooting like a video, kind of a vlog for every one of our newsletters that we send out. And we're so much better at the two of us, whether it be a Friday afternoon and kind of after the day rolls by, and shooting this message to our families, or shooting the message that we'll talk about on Wednesdays. It just seems like a natural kind of format for us, and we have a lot of fun with it. We a lot of takes. We tell each other we'll probably have the outros and bloopers somewhere, because there are many. How many times a barrel from the custodian would wheel right past, we're about to nail it, and reshoot. But if, Dr., if you just want to play this one, this is kind of a little snippet that we would send to families to kind of head our newsletter off. Happy Friday. Here we are on the precipice of what seems to be, one of the larger storms we've had in some years. So, first of all, everybody stay safe, stay warm. Don't hurt yourselves shoveling and snow blowing. And then hopefully there might be a little fun with that snow too. This area of the country, we do enjoy some snow activities. So, wanted to first direct your attention over here to our Pride Bulletin Board. We've done a lot of unveiling. If you can watch the video down below, you can see how we unveiled it, but we just did a tally, 1,341 roars. We are super close to making our goal, and once we do, we will be unveiling the final roar incentive. This is providing some clues, so hopefully some of you have been around for a few years, might have recalled the fun day we had in the past, so we're hopefully working towards that. So we're excited. Our kids are doing some great work with showing their 3 R's and Pride core values. I think Mrs. Dolan was going to talk a little about some new other pieces that we have coming that you'll find in the newsletter below.
I appreciate you mentioned the winter wear here on our lion, so that's great for some little hints. Just wanted to mention next Friday we are going to have a spirit wear day, so if you want to pull out any of those maroon clothes, buy-in clothes, or Chelmsford clothes items, we will be letting the kids know that that is a staff and student spirit wear day. Other information is in the newsletter, but stay warm, enjoy the time together, maybe make some snowmen and do some sledding with the families, and we look forward to seeing the kids on Monday.
Have a great weekend, everybody. So just a little kind of how we do our newsletters, and just so you know, that was a supposedly a sledding day. We had followed by like 50-degree weather that made it like literally a luge, a track that was probably not safe. And just all those parents who skip by this video on the newsletter, we know because we can see how many hits are in each section. So if you're skipping by that, we're looking at you, John. Yeah, we will know. So as we jest, though, but it's just something that we like to do, and then it kind of
Just for the record, my wife casts it to the TV, so we all watch together.
In a similar vein, Betsy's going to talk a bit about our morning announcements.
Yeah, so in the next slide, this is one of the other mentionables of that the technology change that we kept was morning announcements. We used to do our announcements over the intercom every morning. We had to find the right time in the morning when all of the students were there, when the buses were all there, when we were trying not to disrupt, obviously, learning in the classrooms. Then we switched over to recording our announcements and doing them weekly, so the teachers in the classrooms can pick the time during the day. Wednesday mornings are typically the time that they show it, but they can pick the time that best suits their schedule in the day, and can show the video where we try to include as many kids as possible. So this is a sample of one of those such videos.
Time is a community. We are ready for learning. And treat others with respect. And take responsibility for keeping a safe and positive school for all. Bye.
So, yeah, part of our buy-in statement that's read about that, and which is great too. We will also read off our roars and other news of the day. We really try to spice that up. We found that, that demographic, that 5 to 10-year-old demographic needs it like changing. So I got to give Betsy your due. She is really always coming up with neat ways to cut things and different bitmojis we use and all those things to keep our Wednesday announcements fresh. So we can head on, Dr. to the next one. A big thanks really to Bill Silver and our technology department. We got so many amazing technology pieces, and teachers that we hired that came from other districts this year came into what, didn't get wheeled away and left after things that we're using. And we'll talk a bit about how that works for us instructionally, but also some staff who's used this with social emotional learning, keeping positive environments in our classroom, and also that kind of virtual field trip, which has been a great piece. So you can certainly head to the next one, Dr. Hirsch. Thank you. This was one that our fourth grade classrooms did, and they actually did a virtual field trip with a park ranger in Denali Park in Alaska, which was really cool. So they had a real-time Zoom meeting, had all kinds of props on it, and this is probably something we well, maybe bits and pieces might have happened, but not as regularly. And these teachers, now that we're even back in full person and kids are going back on field trips, are keeping this in their repertoire, which I think it's great because you can have a range of absolute expertise at your fingertip in the current, and I think staff and students have certainly embraced that. On to the next.
The next one is an example of virtual learning in the classroom. We have some classrooms that use a scholastic book. Greg Tang made some books called the Tang Math Method. And these are some students that we interviewed and wanted to just share with you a little bit that they learned with Tang Math. And here we have two fourth graders, Jala Jostri and Jack, who are going to tell us a little bit about their virtual learning of Tang Math. Jala Jostri.
Hi, so we had a meeting with Greg Tang, a live call with a whole bunch of other fourth graders, and he taught us how to do some fraction strips and how to make like really clear drawings.
Thank you, Jala Jostri.
I've actually made a picture of that here for a fraction of 6/7. He taught us how to make a bar, a fraction bar, to show us to show us how we could measure fractions. I made a bar here with 7 areas and filled in 6 of them for 6/7.
And what would you say is your favorite part of doing these virtual meetings with Greg Tang?
Probably that he can actually show us without having to come in with maths and all that. I liked how he taught us instead of it's a little bit different than what the other teachers would probably teach us.
Anything, Jack, that you liked about it?
I like the way he taught us because he taught us a specific way or different ways that we probably wouldn't have thought to do on our own, and might have made it easier for us to learn this new math.
There's always different ways to do math problems, you know that. Thank you, guys. And even Mr. Doherty, you will appreciate this. His title is The Grapes of Math, if you've seen that. So he really, he is really interesting, a lot of different ways, and kids really eat up. And he does a Zoom meeting with them, with the class, and so they will actually engage in some of these different ways to do that. Moving on to our next.
It's there, don't worry.
It is there, okay.
I just presented it differently. I don't have a thumbnail.
So this is a presentation which I think would highlight just in general, one of our teachers, Jennifer Dudevoir, who is new to us this year, came from Leominster Public Schools and was a fully remote teacher last year and has brought a lot of her skills, and you'll see just with this loom that she created, but she's also going to get into a bit about how she uses technology for positive reinforcement and working through some incentive plans. So you can certainly play that video.
Hello, my name is Jennifer Dudevoir. I am a second grade teacher here at Bayham. What I wanted to share with you is some ways that I'm using technology to assist with positive reinforcement. With the pandemic and with COVID, a lot of teachers, I would say every teacher, has had to rely on technology and implement technology more within their day-to-day and within their curriculum than before. I know for me in the district that I worked in previously, last year I was a designated remote teacher for my grade level. So I taught the full year remotely with students learning at home on their computers. So there was definitely a huge adjustment with that. But the biggest adjustment that I found for me was finding ways to implement positive reinforcement and build a classroom community. So tonight I'm going to just share with you some of the things that I have done, things that I did last year, and things that I've been able to transition into in-person learning. So before COVID, when we were having a normal, typical school year, I used Class Dojo for positive reinforcement. If you're not familiar with Class Dojo, it's an online tool. It can be used through their website, or you can have an app on their phone, and you upload your class, all of your students, they get a little monster here, and they can earn points throughout the day for showing different attributes and characteristics. So you'll see here, these are the different points that my students can earn throughout the day. Some of them align with the 3 R's that we have here at Byam: being ready, showing respect, and being responsible. They can earn points for being on task, for participating. Teamwork, that means that they're working well with a partner or small group. And if they earn a roar, that they can earn an additional 5 dojo points. So this is something that I do constantly throughout the day. It's just integrated as something that I do within my day. And every Friday we have what we call Dojo Point Day. And students are able to redeem their points for different rewards. So this is a list of rewards that students can earn within the class. You'll see that there's a mix of point levels and different things. Some of them are material things, like I have a prize bin. But the goal for me was to really implement stuff that was classroom culture building. That was my goal pre-COVID, and that's still my goal when we're back in person learning. I did, however, with remote teaching, have to adjust some of the points and not the points, but some of the prizes and rewards that students could earn. So for example, I couldn't do a prize bin with them, but one thing that I did add was a message from Freddie, which I will show you. Freddie is my dog. Another one that I'm going to highlight today is a virtual field trip. This is something that I had done as a teaching remotely, and it's something that's been able to be very well transitioned back into in-person learning. So for a message from Freddie, I had an old coworker that showed me this app. It's called My Talking Pet. And what you can do is you have a picture of your pet and it animates their voice and changes their voice so it seems like the pet is sending the student a message. And this was such a great thing for me to do as a remote teacher because it helped build a relationship between my students and I, because they may have pets at home, or they just might like dogs, or they love to hear stories about Freddie. So this was a great way to build some classroom community. So I'll show you a little bit of the video. It's very quick.
Hi, Charlotte. It's me, Freddie. My friend, Miss Dudevois, has told me that you've been really working hard on following the 3 R's at school. Oh, nothing makes my tail wag faster than hearing stuff like that. Keep up great work, human friend.
So that's something that I started off with remote teaching and has been very easily transitioned into in-person teaching. I'll just email this to the parents of the student that earns it with their points. And it's still been a great way for me to connect with students because they'll ask about Freddie, and throughout the year I'll show them different pictures of him. So it's just been a great way to implement and create just a classroom community. Another thing.
No.
The other thing that I invested in was a teacher-created tool of virtual field trips. That was something that students missed out on last year, was going on and field trips, as we know, are a great enrichment piece for students. So I had found this teacher-created tool online where a teacher had created Google Slides that went along with different field trips that students could go on. We had done previously in the class one with a shark dive, and this is about going to a volcano in Hawaii. Obviously, these are not real field trips that students could go on, but with the volcano in Hawaii, it was a great enrichment piece as well as, you know, a classroom community building experience, because in social studies, we have been talking about landforms. So with the Google Slides of the virtual field trip, it starts off with just a very basic KWL chart. I could do this up on the Clear Touch. Students were sharing things out and I was able to type it in. This is something that I was easily able to do remote teaching. I could just share my screen and students could share out different things. And the great piece too is that it was just a YouTube video. So it was a video that was found free on YouTube, and there was a scavenger hunt that went with it. The one thing that I've been able to implement with in-person teaching is I've been able to actually physically hand students the scavenger hunt page, so that way while they're watching the video, they are engaged and listening and looking for these different things on their field trip. So I just have some videos of that in a moment afterwards. We fill out the L part of the KWL chart to share what we've learned. And then here should be the videos. Yep. Of how I've implemented this in my classroom. So the one at the top is just showing students watching the video with the virtual field trip, and you'll see on their desk that they have the checklist that goes along with it. So that student you saw was listening and watching the video and realized that something that happened in the video matched what was on the scavenger hunt page, so they're just checking off the box there. Along with this teacher-created tool, there is a true-false at the end, so this is just a fun little quiz where it just is like a quick check for understanding, very informal, but it just shows what students were able to retain from the video, so I'll show that quickly.
Next one, true or false? Hawaii was formed from volcanoes erupting. True or false? Show me in 3, 2, 1. That is true. Great job.
So this has been something that's great to implement with in-person learning because I definitely saw engagement with remote learning with these activities and these virtual field trips, but in person, it just is a great experience for students to share. They feel like they're really going to a volcano. The things that they see in the video are really exciting for them, and the discussions that they have afterwards have been a great way for them to just communicate and have something to share with their classmates. And the last thing that I'm going to share with you is something that I have implemented for students that might need some more support with positive reinforcement. So for this student specifically, I created a token chart that aligns with the 3 R's we have at BIAM, and they can earn tokens throughout the day. And once they hit their goal, they are able to take a break within their virtual break room, which I'm going to show you here. So this is something that I just created as a Google slide. With this student, when I had created the token chart, we discussed different breaks that they would want. And it's a mix of technology-based and non-technology-based breaks. So one thing that the student likes is, obviously, they're very into Minecraft. So I found on YouTube is just 5-minute Minecraft timers. The one with Olaf is a roller coaster. This one's just a Minecraft character disco dancing. But these are things that the student is really engaged in, and it's a great way for them just to take a break from their learning, refocus. Something else that they have that is technology based is they can go to National Geographic Kids, they can do an Art Hub for Kids video, and then these moving pictures are the non-technology based breaks that they can have. So the dog with the fidget spinner just means they get to go to my beanbag, and I have a box of fidgets that they can play with. The drawing here, they can just do a free draw with plain paper. The penguins walking means they can go walk in the school, take a walk around the school. We have a sensory path by our gym that they can go to. So this was a great way for me to implement some technology things and some non-technology things. And this is definitely something that I probably wouldn't have done if it wasn't for me having to really rely on technology to help with positive reinforcement and building a classroom community. So these are the things that I wanted to share with you. I appreciate your time. Thank you.
So can I just really quick address the elephant in the room there? That dog was really funny, and then I saw Katrina's face, and it was hilarious. Your face.
Well, full disclosure, that app went immediately on my phone, and I'm now using it to send messages to my own kids to do their homework and
Amazing.
in our dog Fenway's voice.
Your face put me over the edge. I was just kidding. That's it.
Is it free?
Yeah. So next.
Not the most important question.
We do have a budget to get to.
Yeah. It is free. Yep. I'll get you the name of it.
I have it. I actually use it. Yeah, it's funny.
So you learned something tonight.
So going on to the next slide. So here we also have continued using student collaboration with our Chromebooks with our students. And here is an interview with some of our students just discussing how they use computers to collaborate on Google Docs. And it's really, in addition to students submitting homework or assignments to their teachers through Google Drive, and some that have continued using Google Classroom, here they are discussing how they collaborate as a team of students with their Chromebooks.
Well, hello, here we have some more fourth grade students who would love to tell us and share what are some nice things that they have been able to do with technology and learning in the classroom. So let's say I'll first come in here. So who would like to share first about what's been so nice about the technology in the classroom? Oh, Nina, raise your hand.
I would like to share that when you're collaborating, if you're allowed to, if you're doing an informational, you can always go onto Google and get extra facts if you need it.
Awesome. Who would like to share next? All right, Saban.
You can suggest, when you're commenting on someone's writing, you can suggest ideas that would make their writing better, or if they don't like it, you could suggest something else, and that could work for them.
Awesome. Okay, and then lastly, Shane or Paige. Who would like to go first? Go ahead, Paige.
I like it because, like, you can just help your friends make it better. Like, if there's a mistake, you can go in and edit it and, like, make them not feel bad if they did something wrong. You can do it without them knowing. You can help them make it better.
Awesome. And Shane? What do you like about it?
It's also easier because you can just open the computer and just start writing. And you can...
It's been a great collaborative experience, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, which is awesome. Great group work. Great job, everyone. All right, thank you very much for sharing your experience with technology.
And I think to the English teachers in the audience, like peer editing is always challenging in person. And this is given, I feel like I've seen fourth graders do this better than you could ever do. Because it's, odd to comment on your friend's work sometimes too. And this is a little bit more kind of a accepted practice in fourth grade, which is great. And I hopefully will, fare well as you become writers. But they are very accepting of the feedback they receive from their peers. And I think that kind of technology generation, it's an easy way for them to kind of make some comments, and you can take them or not take them, but not always if you're, to put on the spot, kind of calling somebody out about their writing. You go to our last part, and I would be remiss if I did not talk about arrival and dismissal. Of all the things and all the things that we had to adjust over this, how do you went to the restaurant, you had a contactless pickup for your meal that you could have. How are we gonna do this with like 515 students is the question. And how do you run a dismissal that had a very different arrival and dismissal feel? We used to have families and we really prided ourselves in security, park, come in, sign kids out. That wasn't gonna be the case. So we, as any other school, and this isn't just a unique Byam thing, we've had to rethink this. Our cottages in a town in central Mass, they literally changed the way that streets go in the town, strictly for an elementary dismissal. So this is like kind of a big deal if you ever travel in any of these areas during arrival dismissal. I would put the Byam staff, our crack staff, against any crew at Gillette Stadium, any big concert being let out. We have this down. Now, John might disagree. You got to get there early, just like those people that park and want to get the front and get to the, be the closest to the entry gates. People come early, but we have pretty much our students out at 3:25. And this is a lot of coordination, a lot of things that we have people using walkies, and I think it took a little while to get used to. And as we talk about it, as people can come back in the building without masks and all these things, I don't necessarily see us, going back. We used to have people come in with babies and carriages and trying to get in and sign people out. The dogs was always the biggest mess, someone that would come in with dogs to sign people out. Or it was just waiting in line in person. And now you get your child delivered right to your car. And it looks hopefully somewhat seamless, but there's a lot that goes behind the scenes. And if anyone has gone, you'll see Mrs. Dolan out there. She's the leader of the pack in front, taking down your number and getting it out to everybody.
Yeah, I was gonna say, just continuing the theme of technology, the way we communicate externally, outside the building to internally is our teachers have the clear touch TVs all in their classroom, and I'm communicating with them outside what numbers are arrived for the students to be picked up. So we have a system set up for matching numbers for children getting in the right cars, and that has been a big key, just integrating that technology and continuing with that through our arrival and dismissal procedure.
So hopefully that gave you kind of a good idea of a few things we wanted to highlight. Some, talented staff making use of all these technologies in different ways, and how students are evolving and learning, and then even from the physical plant and how you get people in and out. So things that we've been, happy that will stay. So
Shall we take any questions if you want it, or?
Anyone have questions, comments, John?
I just want to make a comment. I think everybody knows my children are products of Byam, so I'm incredibly proud of the work you guys do and how the staff does and everybody. And my family will always be a Byam family, so it's pretty cool. And questions is a solid triple letter word. Solid.
Thank you, Joe.
Any other questions that people have?
Nice job.
All right, thank you very much. Great job. Yeah, thank you.
Under an hour and a half, got it. Thank you very much.
Can we take a break before?
Yeah, want to take like a 5-minute break?
Yeah, because we're getting a long part.
Right, we're going to take a 5-minute recess and we'll come back.
Okay. Yeah, Katrina.
superintendent just review a few of the highlights of the budget, see if there's any questions on any of the new programs and positions. We also have, Amy Reese was here. She will be here shortly, I'm sure.
Yep.
Who's the Director of Student Support Services. You can also answer questions on those programs. After that, we'll go through each of the pages in the budget one at a time, see if there's any questions on those specific items. After taking those questions, we can vote on each of the individual pages, and at the end, we can vote to accept the bottom line budget, which is what gets approved at town meeting.
Correct.
Okay. So take it away.
Yeah, so Amy will be back in a second, and she certainly can address more fully some of the recommendations for some of the new special education positions and programming that were proposed for the middle school, as well as some of the additional social worker type positions that were proposed to help out at the elementary, middle, and high school level of the district. And as Dennis had mentioned, the way we go through the process is, in your budget book, page 10, is the budget is composed based on the DESI function codes. So all the different function codes go right down the page. They start with 1,100 school committee, and they go all the way down to 9,300 tuitions. And it's done that way because that's how we have to report our expenditures and our budget to the Department of Ed at the end of the year, which ultimately is then audited. So what we provide is a couple of years of actuals, the current year budget, and then we provide the recommended budget for the following year. And these totals in the far right column add up to $67.5 million. So what we're going to do is start on page 11 and actually go through each of those individual pages. You certainly can ask questions. We'll give you answers and discuss the recommendation. And then what we found helpful in the past is the school committee would actually vote to approve the bottom line budget of each page. And again, those pages then feed up to page 10. So at the end of going through the budget process, the school committee would vote to approve the bottom line number of what we're recommending is a $67.5 million, which ultimately then would go on the town meeting warrant for the spring. That would be the number that town meeting would vote for our budget. The school committee, again, I always look at this as kind of like the second night in the budget review process. This is a blueprint for our spending for the following year. I made a recommended budget early in February. We've had a few weeks to kind of look through that. And then this is the night where we go page by page and line by line through it to talk about some of the new recommendations within the budget for both staff and services and whatnot. So I'll point out different things as we go along as well. Again, then in the end, the next step would be to approve this, to go to FinCom, to go to town meeting in the springtime. And as if different information comes up, from time to time, we do go in and amend and move money throughout the budget as you go. So the school committee does have the ability to do that. The goal tonight, at the end of tonight, is to have a good comfort level with the recommendations, particularly the new ones that are recommended, because we'd like to get out and advertise for those jobs soon. And then obviously key in on that bottom line number, which needs to go to town meeting. So I would recommend we actually start on page 11, and then we'll work our way through the budget book, ask questions as we go, and then come back and take a total budget vote on page 10.
All right.
So page, I was just going to say, page 11 to get us started are the school committee expenses, and page 11 totals $34,050.
Anybody have any questions on the items on page 11? And just nice to see our recording secretary is getting a little bit of a bump. Do we know if she's going to be coming back to in person or?
Yeah, we can certainly follow up and have a conversation with her. She was not, she takes the minutes remotely.
Right.
And she wasn't present during COVID. It was actually one less person to have at the table as well. But we can certainly see if she'd come back physically to take the minutes, and then also talk about any adjustments we'd like to make to the minutes going forward. Typically, there's a flat fee that the individual receives per meeting, and we increased that fee, I believe, by $20 or $25 per meeting. So that was incorporated within the budget.
All right, any other questions? All right, we'll take a motion.
All right, so just on the motion thing, I'm just gonna run through it first and then just let me know if it's good.
Yeah.
All right. And we have to have the dollar amount in this because it's.
Right.
Yeah. Okay, so I make a motion to approve the budget category 1110, school committee on page 11 of the 2023 budget?
For the fiscal '23 budget.
For the fiscal '23 budget.
Totaling 30.
Total amount $34,050.
Perfect.
Second.
I only have 19 more tries.
Any other questions or comments on this? Okay, we have to do a roll call, so Donna?
Aye.
Jeff?
Aye.
John?
Aye.
Maria?
Aye.
Aye. 5-0.
Next page is page 12. This is the superintendent category, 1210. And the recommended budget, bottom line is 449,689.
Okay, any questions on this page?
Could be contentious.
Excuse me?
Nothing.
Oh, John, you had a question? Sorry.
Yeah.
So I noticed there was a big bump between our actual and our budgeted salary for our communications director. So back in our actual in 2021, and then what we've budgeted since then. Do you have an explanation for the big jump in that?
Yeah, sure. And Joanna, or I could. It's all just depending on, it was the timing of when the individual came on board, but would you like to give a more thorough explanation?
Right, so that employee didn't start July 1, so we prorate the salary based on when they start during the year. So that's why it was lower. It wasn't a full 12 months.
And then just- I have one. In last year's proposed budget, under contracted services, we had the CPS website and social media platforms, and I'm assuming that's what our contracted services are again this year.
Correct.
Okay.
Okay, other questions? Maria had one?
It's the same
Okay,
question.
okay. All right, anybody else? Okay, we'll take a motion.
I make a motion to approve the budget category 1210 superintendent on page 12 for the amount of $449,689 for the fiscal 2023 budget.
Second. Excellent.
Hey, nice job. Okay. All right, any other questions? Okay, Donna? Jeff?
Aye.
John?
Aye.
Maria?
Aye.
Aye.
It's gonna be a totally different order next one, but.
Next page is 13. This is function code 1220, the assistant superintendent's category. And the bottom line figure here is 256,685.
Okay, any questions on this page?
I've had a general question on what would be, why do we have supplies under particular categories and then a supplies category in general? What's the difference between what's there under this, the category here and
Yeah.
just the general supplies?
Again, Joanna can give more specific if you'd like. If you think about this particular line item, this is related to Dr. Hirsch's office, the curriculum office. So these would be supplies specifically for the curriculum office.
Okay.
Sometimes in the budget, you might actually see line items that are more global. So let's say it was a particular department, science supplies or whatnot. Science supplies in general, you would have supplies for each of the 4 elementary schools, you would have the middle schools, you would have the high school. They would feed up into like a district-wide account for science. Joanna then still has to report it at the individual level, but you'd see that account number would obviously be higher because it's not supporting just one person or one office. It's supporting all the schools with regard to science. The other thing that you are gonna see through the budget, I know this will come up as a question at some point, is this is a pretty much level, it's a level kind of service, level funded budget. So when you look at accounts, say like the other expenses, it was 19,000 this year, recommendations the same, 19,000 for last year. The actuals are lower in 20 and 21. Oftentimes, that's gonna be because of the 2 COVID years that we had to deal with. So when it comes to some of the either services or, again, it could be an expense, it could be a due that we're paying for something. A lot of our organizations that we're affiliated with, normally, in normal times, would have like in-person meetings, and there would be presenters or things like that, and there's costs associated with that. The last 2 years, we basically went remote. So a lot of the groups that we're associated with, the fee structures changed and dropped down because we were doing remote meetings, we weren't meeting in person. So the actual expenditure just came in less than what we obviously budgeted. As a group, what we have always done is, for the most part, we will level fund those items because we're getting back now into in-person meetings again. At the end of the year, we don't spend an item just to spend it for the sake of spending it. We pull together any of those extra funds that are anticipated. We'll bring forward recommendations to you in March and April for some one-time spending. And oftentimes, there are like lists of different like capital items or projects that we'd like to get to that we just can't within our existing operating budget. We work with the town for like a list of capital projects that we fund, and again, this year we have several going forward, but that list is still there. We'll go to that list and try to knock off a couple of projects on our own, even outside of the town funding, which again, it helps us to get a project completed. It helps the town because we can move a project off the town funding list and we can get more accomplished in the schools. So what we typically have done, and again, I think this is a good budget practice. You can see that like in 2021, we had budgeted, say, 19,000, and we only spent about 5,500. You know, we didn't spend the 19,000 just because it was there. We reallocated the rest of that money, and the rest of that money was spent on a one-time purchase, elsewhere in the district. So you will see a little fluctuation in the actuals for 20 and 21. They are true actuals. It's just some of our services and subscriptions and things like that just weren't performed because it was COVID. The half of 20, we weren't even here, we were off-site. And then 21, we were just kind of coming back to more normal. So I know that'll come up through a few pages, so I just wanted to kind of preemptively give that explanation. I don't know if Joanna has anything more specific on the other question about the supplies. Okay.
Hey, other questions on this page? Okay, we'll take a motion.
Make a motion to approve budget category 1220, Assistant Superintendent, on page 13 for the amount of $256,685 for the FY 2023 budget.
Second.
Okay, any further questions? Okay, Donna? Jeff?
Aye.
John?
Aye.
Maria?
Aye.
Aye.
Thank you. Page 14 is the district-wide category, 1230. And this category actually decreased. So the request in fiscal '23 is $420,700.
Okay, questions? I know we purchased our own copy, is that correct?
Yes.
A while back. What's the lifespan of those? Do we know when we're gonna have another big bump in that?
It really, again, Joanna's welcome to speak at any time. It really does depend on use. So, like, we'll notice a copier at the high school in one of the offices or whatever, it gets much more volume than a copier at an elementary school would. A copier at a high school might have about a 3-year run period, where a copier at, say, an elementary school might have like a 5. So that is something that we watch. We always put some money in to replenish machines, because you want to turn over so much of your inventory every year. That's another nice category too, if we ever had to do some kind of one-time spending, because if you can get 5+ years out of a machine, we'll try to. But the ones we have are actually, they're performing fairly well. They did have, a half a year off with COVID when we weren't in school. And then even last year, with just half the population in on any given day, they got less use. So we're probably gonna be able to extend these a little bit. And that was one of the reasons I think we actually reduced that amount, because we weren't seeing the specific need for more turnover for next year.
Because you look at the actual 2020, that's probably when we first purchased.
Well, that was the big
The big purchase, that's why I wanted to know if everything was gonna all of a sudden come offline at the same time, or it's more just.
No, it's 3 to 5 years, and you're gonna start to see like a little bit of a churn. So I think, we'll obviously, be somewhere in the $150,000 to $200,000 range about every year.
Right, any other questions on this page? All right, we'll take a motion.
I make a motion to approve the budget category 1230 district-wide on page 14 for the amount of $420,700 for the FY 2023 budget.
Second.
Okay, so it's 420,700.
That's what I said.
Okay. Yeah. All right, any other questions? Okay, Donna? Aye. Jeff?
Aye.
John?
Aye.
Maria?
Aye.
Aye, 5-0.
Thank you. On page 15, this is the accounts under 1410, the Business and Finance Office. And the total on this page is $437,984.
Okay, any questions on this page? Okay, we'll take a motion.
I make a motion to approve the budget category 1410 Business and Finance on page 15 of the budget for the amount of $437,984 for the FY 2023 budget.
Second.
Okay, Donna?
Aye.
Jeff?
Aye.
John?
Aye.
Maria?
Aye.
Aye, 5-0.
Page 16 is function 1420. This is our Human Resources Office. And the bottom line number on this page is $349,592.
Okay, questions here? I know currently we have a person that's serving as temporary. Any timeline on when we might be
Sure.
hiring somebody permanently or any?
Well, we're gonna re-advertise again, so we're gonna start the process. We did do a posting last fall when Cheryl left us. And I think the timing was tough. We just didn't really find a candidate pool that we were interested in furthering. So we took some time off. Candace Hall came on board as our interim for the year. She's with us through the end of the school year. She was retired from a different district, so she's got, good flexibility for us. And we're going to start the week of March 14th. So 2 weeks from now is when we're going to be sending out like our teacher postings for the year, admin postings for the year. They're all gonna start then. So we'll get jobs posted. That particular job, again, posted around mid-March. Applications will come in right before, or close right before April vacation. We'll probably spend April vacation going through them, putting together an interview team, and taking a look at candidates at that point. We would hope to have some. The ideal start date would be on or around July 1st. That's kind of typical with these type of positions. And, we will also work with Candace around some transition because she has some flexibility where she is retired. She's been fantastic, has been great to work with. And I think also, depending on who we get for a candidate, might be a nice mentor for that person if they're getting into speed as they transition into the job. So we've got some flexibility on that front, but that's the timeline.
Okay, and how's that reorganization gone that, I know we kind of switched around job responsibilities a little
We
bit?
did, and Candace is taking a look at that as well for us, just as like an outside set of eyes. But the office, it took a little bit of time. The office is fully staffed at this point. We have 3 individuals in the office, Candace, Tina, and Nancy. So, we are fully staffed. We're getting ready for the spring hiring season, which is their big season. Again, Candace is kind of taking a look at just the day-to-day operations and the setup and trying to look at their efficiencies or different approaches to things. They may, again, kind of revamp some responsibilities and duties, making sure that the people in the office have some cross-training and can actually kind of cover for each other if they're not in the office. But I think it's working fairly well so far.
Okay. Other questions on this page? Okay, John?
I make a motion to approve the budget category 1420, Human Resources, on page 16 for the amount of $349,592 for the FY 2023 budget.
Second.
Okay.
Getting better.
Donna?
Aye.
Jeff?
Aye.
John?
Aye.
Maria?
Aye.
Aye.
I'm ascending the mountaintop here.
Page 17 is 1430 to 1435. This is our legal settlements account. Recommended budget for 23 is $178,000.
Any questions here? John, Donna?
So I think we have received some questions in an email regarding legal services.
Mhm.
And I was wondering if you could just talk a little bit about what the role is, of legal services in the school department, and why we're seeing an increase of, from the budgeted fiscal year 2022, why we're seeing that increase to 2023.
Sure. So the legal services account is basically your general counsel. So the committee contracts with Murphy, Hesse, Toomey, and Lehane to provide legal services. We have a primary attorney, Andy Wah, and then a kind of an associate or backup colleague, Felicia Vasudevan. So they represent the school committee in collective bargaining, general legal inquiries, things along those sides. Typically, the services run approximately $100,000 a year, and I think, even in the COVID year, we saw that trended down a little bit, but, it was 89, 99, it's budgeted 100 for this year. We increased it to the 125 for next year because we're in a collective bargaining cycle. So all of our contracts, with the exception of our custodians, are now coming up for negotiations. So I think we mentioned earlier, after public participation, we haven't even started yet. So we're going to be having our initial meetings with the different groups next week, agreeing to ground rules and, timelines for negotiations and sessions and things like that. But typically in a collective bargaining year, and this happens every about 3 years because we're on a 3-year cycle, you will see that those costs increase. So we just increased that funding by $25,000 because of the additional actual direct bargaining that'll be required this year.
Other questions? Okay, I'll take a motion.
I make a motion to approve budget category 1430 to 1435, legal services and settlements on page 17 for the amount of $178,000 for the FY 2023 budget.
Second. Okay, Donna?
Aye.
Jeff? Aye. John?
Aye.
Maria?
Aye.
Aye.
Page 18 is function 1450. This is our district-wide management information systems, our technology group. And this is a bottom line figure of $1,422,680 for fiscal '23.
Okay, any questions on this page? Donna?
So we saw a big jump in network services.
Yeah.
If you could just explain that, what they are? and why the
Sure.
jump?
The majority, and again, Joanna can go into the more detail, but the majority of the services in this particular page are to support the existing infrastructure in the district, our network, our wireless internet infrastructure. This really isn't for significant increases to like computers or, we spent a good amount of money over the last couple of years on the interactive TVs in the classrooms. We're basically all built out with regard to that at this point. But you have the back end of the network that needs to be maintained. We obviously have some staff that work on that. But our staff is not significant for a district our size. So we have a lot of vendors that we actually contract with. So this would pay like annual maintenance agreements. If a switch were to go down or some type of a service were required in district, a vendor would come on site and work with us. A lot of our vendors actually do some of the work like behind the scenes because a lot of it's cloud-based these days. So they might maintain services and systems and things. So you're seeing the annual increase in those service contracts and service agreements. That's the primary reason for these increases.
Thank you.
Okay, any other questions on this one?
Is
Get ready.
that what the contracted services would be? But you're-
With vendors, like,
The
say, like
vendors.
a security vendor or a firm that does like the, the filtering, the web filtering, email, things along those lines.
Okay.
And is there a little reorg with networks, office staff and technology went from a 3 and a 6 to a 2 and a 7? A little-
It was just the way it's the same number of people.
Yeah, right.
We just reclassified one of them.
Okay.
There were 3 people kind of classified as data people previously. There were now 2 data people and one person's categorized more as like a technician.
Okay.
So the 2 data people are together and the other person got reclassified. But same FDE, same number of people.
Right.
It's just they fell into a different bucket.
Okay.
A little bit better for reporting purposes.
All right, anything else on this page? All right, we'll take a motion.
Make a motion to approve budget category 1450, district-wide MIS on page 18 for the amount of $1,422,680 for the FY 2023 budget.
Second. Donna?
That was good.
Aye.
Jeff? Aye. John?
Aye.
Maria?
Aye.
Aye, 5-0.
Great. Page 19 is our function code 2110, curriculum director category. And this is recommended next year at $1,325,968.
All right, any questions on this page? Okay, we'll take a motion.
I make a motion to approve budget category 2110, curriculum directors on page 19 for the amount of $1,325,968 for the FY 2023 budget.
Second. Okay. Donna?
Aye.
Jeff? Aye. John? Aye. Maria?
Aye.
Aye.
Page 20 is function category 2110, curriculum directors for special education. And the recommended FY '23 budget is $936,347.
Okay, questions here?
So you and I, Jay, had already talked about the jump and the assistant assistant director of special student support services. I was wondering if you could explain that so that people tuning
Yeah.
in would know.
This is, it's really actually more of a, the particular budget is underfunded or under budget in fiscal '22, as far as that's concerned. The individual in that particular role is on an individual contract, and the individual contract, and the person is actually earning $116,000 this year. So if you see actually the actual trend, in '21, they were at 113. They're actually at 116 this year. It's just an underfunded budget account, and then they're just increasing 2% next year to 119. Yeah, that's the reason.
I just have one other question.
Yeah.
Throughout the budget, we see a line item for dues. Okay, and I was just wondering if you could talk, just generally, what do these dues include? Like, for example, we could use special education, for example.
Sure.
In terms of what these dues might include and why it is that it's necessary to have them.
Yeah, again, and I had like, say, dues in my category. I could speak to like the different memberships I have, but I know like within SPED, and Amy is here as well. But like, this is an account for all special education district-wide dues, not just one person. But like, say, Amy, the assistant director, the different SPED chairs, they would have annual fees that they would pay for like memberships to different special education kind of PACs or consortiums, groups that they may get services through, professional development through, trainings through, over the course of the year. And this account would obviously pay for that. Would you like me to ask Amy if there's anything more specific? Or maybe Joanna would know even more specific, but.
So, well, yeah, and I was just actually even referencing the fact that we do see this as a line item. We see it, you know, with curriculum coordinators, we see it with, you know, I'm trying to think who else we saw it in. You know, the assistant superintendent, I don't know if I think we saw it for you certainly. And just, you know, what is
I can
it?
explain, like, even just for my
Sure.
sake, because it was back on my page. Like, we pay a membership fee for me to be a part of the Massachusetts Association of School Superintendents. It's a group that, you know, I go to different monthly trainings with, professional development with. They're a resource group, like as we're going through the pandemic. They provide resources to districts and to superintendents. They have counsel, like legal counsel, that will work on different like global legal issues for schools that we attend trainings on. So it is very valuable. Again, similar things when we come into like, say, the realm of SPED, where it's a specialized kind of niche area. You would want to receive those trainings and services from that. So even like our general counsel for superintendents wouldn't be the same general counsel that would specialize in a special ed topic. They would receive that training or support from a SPED counsel.
Which is why we actually have two different councils listed under our legal services, right?
Well, we do on our own, but
Right,
even like these groups would have their own more specialized attorneys that would deal within their particular groups. But again, the committee is a member of,
MASC.
well, MASC,
Yeah.
but even like NESDEC.
Yeah.
That's a membership between the superintendent and the school committee. It's a group that we pay a fee to. We're a partner. We receive all of their information. They run our annual enrollment projections for us. And then that's helpful when we're doing like our MSBA application and things like that. So it's dues that you're paying to these affiliations to then be able to get their services.
So I just wanted to make sure that people understood why it was necessary, you know, that we have these dues, memberships, and how it benefits the district as a whole, you know, in terms of keeping us apprised of, you know, what's going on across the state and country. I know MASC has been valuable to us as we were going through the pandemic and offering us policy recommendations and whatnot, so.
Yeah, I mean, that's a good example. We're, again, a specialized group dealing specifically with school committees and policy things that had to take place during the pandemic. There wouldn't have been, like, my mass group really wouldn't have been the group to go to. A SPED group wouldn't have been the group to go to. So they had their own council that worked and put together global policies that they then sent to the committees. And really, to be honest with you, the price for these, when you look at the number of people served, is fair and equitable, I believe.
So I just don't want to get too far into the weeds, but I just want people to understand what it means when they see these things. You know, that you see dues and then you wonder, well, what does that mean?
Right.
That's what that question was about.
Okay.
All right, any other questions? All right, take a motion.
I make a motion to approve budget category 2110 curriculum director special education on page 20 for the amount of $936,000, $936,347 for the FY 2023 budget.
Second. All right, Donna?
Aye.
Jeff? Aye. Don?
Aye.
Maria?
Aye.
Aye, 5-0.
Page 21 is category 2210. This is our school leadership account. The recommended budget next year is $2,917,971. Just to head off a couple of questions, I'm sure. We're up for our CHS accreditation next year. So this is like a 10-year cycle that's going to be beginning this spring. And then next year we'll have visiting teams. It's a lot of fun. I know Jeff's been part of it. That'll be coming out. So we do have a couple of new line items to pay for some stipends for some of our staff who are going to be helping put our visiting team together and reviewing all the research. And then we also have to host food and dinners and things like that for the visiting team when they come to do their work on site. So those are why 2 new line items were added to this particular page.
All right, any questions on this page? Okay.
That's that.
Maria?
That was it. Oh, go ahead.
That's okay, go ahead.
That was the first item, and,
Well, there's a $7,000 line item up in personnel.
Yes.
And then a $36.50 down below. The one's related to paying a stipend to our staff member, and the other is more of like a reimbursement or a payment for the visiting team themselves when they come to provide like refreshments and
Right.
things like that.
okay, so then what was in the first line item in the second box? That was a big jump from what I guess it really wasn't.
Which one?
What we actually spent, the 13,958 to 41,990.
I'm sorry, Donna, I'm losing you.
So administrative assistant conference and dues?
Yeah.
Is that was comparing actuals to,
Oh, you're talking about the actual being less.
Yeah. Yeah, it was a big, I just noticed there was a big disparity. I didn't know if that was because of COVID or.
Yeah, I mean, most of those are,
Okay.
because the trend was obviously higher before COVID.
Right.
Because we're, for the most part, those are like level funded lines.
Right.
Was there anything jumping out to you, Joanna?
No, and this is in those notes too I gave you earlier.
Okay.
And then, as a reminder, this is all schools too.
Right,
This
okay.
is- So if a principal is going to a conference, it's, all of them.
Okay.
And like the superintendent said, that was down in 20 and 21.
Right.
And now we're kind of back up to level funded.
Okay, so.
On this item, software, what is it specific to schools, or why would it be just under there?
Can you speak to that?
Yeah, this, most of the software is in the technology category. We have administrative software and instructional software. We do have a small category kind of at the high school level from some items very specific to that, that fit the definition here a little better, like for Pride Block. There's a couple others that are very specific to the high school that we've put in this category.
is like the scheduling software and stuff on that?
Yeah.
Because that's a different schedule.
Yeah.
Okay, other questions on this page? Okay.
I make a motion to approve the budget item 2210, school leadership, on page 21 for the amount of $2,917,971 for the FY 2023 budget.
Donna?
Aye.
Jeff?
Aye.
John?
Aye.
Maria?
Aye.
Aye.
Next is page 22, and this is the 2300 to 2305 classroom teacher regular education account. And this has a bottom line figure recommended for 23 of $25,385,515. Again, you're going to see the bulk of this is the teaching staff in the district, so you're going to see the FTEs basically from 22 to 23 remain the same, and you can see the bottom is totaled the same. This particular page does include historically the top 3 line items. We've always kind of isolated longevity, and you'll see that that's going down over the years because the number of people in the district who actually get longevity have been retiring, so that's a fixed group. We also isolate a dollar amount to pay for the staff members who move toward advanced degrees. So we don't actually embed that money in the individual salary line items right now. They've notified us that they're going to be finishing a master's or a CAGS or a doctorate degree this spring. We hold the money in that account. When they then finish their program, provide their transcripts, we would move them into the proper column on the pay grid. And then Joanna would bring a recommended budget transfer forward, and we'd move the money from that account and we'd disperse it through the salary accounts. And then the third one you'll see here is we do have a line item in the budget, which is a set aside for contract negotiations. So that's $1,352,000, that number. That's in this year's because we're going to be going into contract negotiations. So we obviously need to set aside funding for our negotiations. It did not appear in 2021 or 22 because those were non-negotiating years. So that's why that's appearing now in the budget. But that is a set aside for contract negotiations.
And this line item is teachers, classroom teachers only, correct?
No, the salary reserve set aside would be for all negotiations.
For the entire district?
Correct.
So the paraprofessionals, secretaries, clerks?
Would be in that amount.
All the groups that we're negotiating.
Correct. We don't break that out by category. Because this is, again, think of it as a holding place. Because once we actually settle a contract and you put funding into the salary scales, we then come back with a transfer and move the money from this account or this page into the various salary accounts that are all through the budget. So instead of putting 6 or 8 different set-asides in the budget, we group it into one. And then we'll actually, when the contracts are settled, bring a recommendation forward and we'll move it into the various salary accounts. That's how we've done it.
Questions?
I don't know if they do, I do. So, just with regards to this, a couple of things. We've set aside this money because we have to start with something, correct?
Right.
Like, do you know what I'm saying? You can't just wait, have zero, and then negotiate the contracts and not have something in reserve to help pay for those salary increases.
Correct.
All right? But I'm assuming that this is not necessarily a fixed amount, depending on what it is. We don't know what we're gonna negotiate yet.
Well, we haven't even started yet.
Right, which is what I was gonna get at next.
Right. So there's,
So when we were hearing our speakers earlier, and they were talking about the salary increases being reflected in the budget, the reason it isn't is because we haven't negotiated those contracts yet, but there is money set aside to start us in the process of being able to reach a settled contract with these groups.
correct.
Okay, all right. So there is money set aside in
There
the
is money
budget.
set aside in the
Right.
budget for our negotiations.
Right.
We don't even have any formal asks at this point because we haven't started negotiations.
So it could be higher than this.
Could be higher than this, it could be lower than this.
Okay.
Doubt it's gonna be lower than this. But, we have to have something to start with.
Right.
What's different in the school contracts, I know Manager Cohen has talked about this with the town contracts, we have to have some money in our budget to fund our contracts, so we have actually built that in. We don't go to town meeting after we ratify a contract for approval and for funding. So the school committee really binds us in negotiations, and you're authorizing and approving the contract, so you need to be able to have money in your budget to then go fund it. So it's a little bit different than, say, some of the town unions when they're negotiating, but we do have this set aside to get us going in the contract negotiations. And again, we always negotiate multi-year contracts.
Right.
So we don't know what year 1, year 2, year 3, will end up being. Or honestly, I've seen different contracts with different asks. So we have to kind of get into negotiations to even figure out what the true request is, what our ability to pay is, how we're gonna structure the contracts. But those discussions are gonna start in the coming weeks.
So just to clarify, okay, I'm sorry. So that people understand that may have tuned in earlier, that there is money set aside in the budget for contract negotiation to pay these payouts, whatever we settle.
To
But we haven't-
negotiate a contract.
To negotiate, right. But we haven't even started that process yet.
Correct.
So there is money in the budget, we just can't disperse it to the individuals until we reach a contract agreement with them to figure out who's gonna get what.
Correct.
Okay, I just.
And further, that's for all contracts that are being negotiated. Now, there are 3, is that right, coming up this year?
Yes, so we have the teachers are a group. The support staff, which encompass the paraprofessionals, the secretaries, the clerks, and the recess aides, are a second group. And then the third group is the administrators.
Okay.
Our custodians are off cycle, so they still have another year left on their contract. They affiliated later than all the other groups. They were kind of an add-on group, so they're not negotiating right now. And then, when is our food service up? Oh, food service is up now. However, the food service contracts and the food service workers are paid through the food service revolving fund, so that wouldn't necessarily have a direct impact on the local budget.
Okay, so actually it's 2. Because administrators have 1 more year and food services is not within this?
Custodians have 1 more year.
Custodians have 1 more year.
Okay,
Administration.
So it's still 3. It's the teachers, the support staff, and the administrators.
thank you.
You're welcome.
Other questions on this? Any other questions on this page? Any other items on the page? Okay, take a motion.
I make a motion to approve budget category 2300 to 2305, classroom teachers, regular education on page 22 for the amount of $25,385,515 for the FY 2023 budget.
Second.
Okay, Donna?
Aye.
Jeff?
Aye.
John?
Aye.
Maria?
Aye.
Aye. 5-0.
Thank you. Page 23 is function 2310. These are our teacher specialists for regular education with a bottom line figure of $2,098,640 recommended for fiscal '23.
Okay, any questions here?
So
Maria?
tutoring obviously is a pretty big increase here in this budget. Can you give a little input into that? Why is that such a big increase, over 100,000?
Yeah, so we have had, I want to clarify a couple of things, because there's some misinformation out there. This is tutoring for actual, like, employees that we would hire in the Chelmsford Public Schools to work in classrooms, to work in schools. Primarily, this has been a model at the elementary level that's kind of reached up to the middle school level. I call them tutors. Some of, they're called interventionists when we pay them primarily on the grant. So it are individuals that work primarily part-time. Oftentimes, they are, some could be a retired teacher. It could be an individual who is just looking to work part-time and not a full-time position. And they would go in and provide mathematics or ELA support, small group instruction. Oftentimes, they're kind of assigned to a grade level. So they might go in and help out a team at a particular level, or if they're an ELA person, they might, in the middle school, they might work with, you know, the sixth grade ELA teachers in a particular school. There'd be like 4 of them, and they would go in and provide direct supports. So this has been something that we found to be highly effective, providing extra, again, intervention, tutoring, pull-out support to students. We have always had them on the Title I budget, and they're called interventionists. In our budget for the local, we wanted to add some, so we call them tutoring, because you really have to have 2 different titles. You can't have the same service funded on a grant that you have on the local budget. But the position does a similar thing. We added them to the budget for this current year, and one of the things that we thought about is kids coming back from the pandemic. Again, we didn't know exactly when we were going to be fully back in school at the time, but we knew kids were going to have extra needs. And we saw this as a way to get some extra supports into the classrooms to obviously help kids, but also help the staff, because it allows a teacher to go and work with a group while the interventionist or the tutor is working with a different group. We have had a difficult time hiring, not only these positions, but a lot of positions, just because of the pandemic. But in a perfect world, if we get, and again, for next year, we're thinking again, that demand is going to be a little bit higher. If we can really attract some good candidates to these positions, it would provide that extra level of service for kids in the classrooms. Now, there is a misconception that this particular line item is for the paper, the tutoring service, the online service that we have. It is not that. That is a separate product that we used ESSER funds for, because there was a specific element of ESSER funds that had to be used towards tutoring. We knew we weren't going to be able to hire more human body tutors to help out, because we couldn't hire enough for the local budget. So we weren't going to, on the ESSER grant, put additional body-type positions, because we wouldn't be able to fill them. And the tutor service is providing that. So through ESSER, we're able to provide that. It's an electronic service. We're able to give it a try for a couple of years and see how it works for us, and figure out if that's something we want to invest in long-term or not. But I want to be clear, these are actual bodies. These are positions that would be working with our students and staff in the district around specific students or areas with need. Again, primarily math and ELA.
Any other questions on this page? I'm sorry, Maria, you had another question?
So, just teacher specialists, regular education, but then this is also ELL. This is English language learners. I guess it's just confusing to me that it's under regular education when it's English language learners. And is there specific funding that comes into us for English language learners that is different from the regular education funding?
Sure. So just a quick thing. So the ELL students would either need to be classified for budgeting purposes under special education or regular education. ELL students are not by default special education, so they're categorized under regular education. So that's why they fall on this particular page. Again, it's a reporting function. In addition to the local budget, this again are our teachers that are providing that service. We do have some grant funding. I don't have it off the top of my head, but do you happen to remember the grants that fund ELL, whether it's tutors or whatnot?
So, yep, so the Title III grant is the largest one that funds the ELL students, and it's about $30,000. I'll pull it out exactly for you. And then Title I can fund any student. And so if an ELL student needs more supports, that grant can help, and that's around $200,000.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, any other questions on this page? Okay, motion.
I make a motion to approve budget category 2310 teacher specialist regular education on page 23 for the amount of $2,098,640 for the FY 2023 budget.
Second.
Hey, Donna?
Aye.
Jeff?
Aye.
John?
Aye.
Maria?
Aye.
Aye.
Thank you. On page 24, this is line 2310. This is also categorized as teacher specialists, but these are special education related. The bottom line recommended budget for fiscal '23 is $6,899,777. And on this page, pretty much level funded as far as, or level service as far as positions are concerned. But you do see that this is the page where I recommend 3 additional special education positions in the district. The teacher that would serve as our new middle school language-based teacher that we spoke about, and then 2 special education teaching positions at the high school. One for the PAVE program, again, because of students and enrollment moving up from the middle school to the high school, and then an additional position to help with the STEP program. And again, just primarily based on student needs at this area coming back. So we have the recommendations for the 3 SPED positions, and we do have Amy Reese, our Director of Special Ed, here tonight to answer any specific questions you might have about those.
Yeah. Amy, do you want to remember the, you could go that one, I guess, yeah.
Good.
Anybody have questions about program, Maria? So,
Amy, sorry, but I don't know too much about the special education area, so I'm going to ask a couple of things. In terms of what, can you explain a little bit about the needs for the program, if you could? And then how many students around do you think that it'll serve in this coming year?
Are you talking about the new language-based program? So the language-based program is probably the last type of specialized program that we don't have here in the district. We do provide education, specialized instruction, and services to those students who have language-based disabilities. They receive their specialized reading, whether it's Wilson or Orton Gillingham, et cetera. They get that specialized instruction. They get accommodations and things put into place in the classroom as well with the special education teachers. But this would be more a comprehensive program where we'd identify students by an entrance and exit criteria for the language-based. They would be identified to be in this 5th grade group, where it would be an inclusion-based classroom with the 2 5th grade gen ed teachers, which has not been identified yet. We're just starting that process. I'm going to actually be sending out a survey to teachers, special ed, and the gen ed teachers to get some more information from them. So that would still be to be determined. So we would not want to go we're looking to identify the students that would be appropriate for, because there is a set criteria based on this disability. But where it would be one group, one grade level to start, there would be no more than 8 would be the total, would be the max I'd want to have in the program, but more ideally probably 5 to 7 or so students. It would really depend on the 5th grade and the need of the student that would meet the criteria for this. So a language-based disability is something that impacts language. So it can be any aspect of language, reading, written expression, some of the oral and expressive language. A lot of times you'll hear students who identify with dyslexia or a specific reading disability that needs that specialized methodology of instruction. So what this would look differently would be, there would be an inclusion-based supported classroom for these students that as they're receiving their ELA, math, science, social studies instruction in the gen ed classroom, because what we know about that disability is these students have the intellectual capacity to learn on grade level, to experience the gen ed curriculum, have that rich high level instruction. However, they need specialized accommodations to really access the curriculum at that level. So what we would be doing, in addition to providing them with a reading tutorial of their OG, Orton Gillingham, or their reading instruction, and their study skills and executive functioning skills, we would be providing some contracted specialized training for the team. So that would include the gen ed teachers that would be looking to, have this program or students in their, as part of their classroom. A special education teacher, which is the position that's included here, that would primarily work with that grade level, that they would support them in inclusion and do the specialized reading pull-out services of the Orton Gillingham. They would have some on-site initial training in the beginning of the summer or the beginning of the school year about language-based disability strategies, methodology, things like that, they need to, the best methodology to teach and learn, and they can thrive in. And then we would be partnering with, I had reached out and had some conversations with Landmark, which is an out-of-district program, but they have a huge professional development outreach department where they work with school districts. And they're able to kind of take us on and work with us within this pilot. So they would be part of that initial professional development for the groups, the special ed teachers, the gen ed teachers, and the related service providers like the speech and language pathologists. And then continue to work with them all school year and come out every 4 to 6 weeks, spend 4 to 5, 6 hours every 4 to 6 weeks working, observing, consulting, and providing us with that knowledge.
Can you talk a little bit about why are we deciding to start at the 5th grade level?
Sure, that's a really good question. Looking at the last probably, 5 or 6 years, we've spent a lot of time with our teachers getting trained and really providing, a lot of good professional development in these specialized reading approaches. So we have people trained in Orton Gillingham and or Wilson or any of those language-based methodology at the elementary, middle, and we contract at the high school level if there's somebody that needs it at the high school level. And looking at the way the schedules fall at the elementary level, it's been successful having those kids have their targeted OG, working with then those teachers in the inclusion setting, and being successful, at that level. We have a number of students who are in the 4th grade now that are transitioning to 5th grade, plus looking at the middle school where that is higher level curriculum demands to start. It's a little bit more of a challenge for those students because as they move out of elementary school, they're facing higher curriculum demands, higher vocabulary, more reading and writing independently. And I think looking at the 5th grade, because we start middle school at 5th grade, and knowing I have a cohort of students that are going to be moving into 5th grade. That's kind of where the decision came from to start at 5th grade. I think it's been more challenging to do the scheduling of the specialized instruction as well for the reading at that level, just because of scheduling issues and the constraints the middle school schedule can make, et cetera. And I think, that's kind of been a big combination of why the decision was made to look at 5th grade.
Okay, other questions on the reading program?
Amy, 8's not a magic number. Can you explain why 8? And obviously, if we had more than 8, then we'd have to figure something else out.
Yeah, it's typically when you have an inclusion setting and we have students that are going to participate or be assigned to a classroom, whether it's a language-based program or any other classroom, we never want to really look over 8. I mean, that can be, if we're looking at 8 times, 324 students, that can be a third of a classroom. So we also don't want to have too many students, in an inclusion setting, or you become more students with special education on an IEP than you do gen ed students. And it can be taxed. It really depends on the level and the needs. So we really try to keep 8 as DESI's
right.
regulation for special education. But, we try to keep that lower than that here.
Yeah, I just want to make sure that people understood that 8 isn't just a number that Amy came up with. It's actually a DESI regulation, so.
It's a good point.
You, just the other two programs, what the need is for the PAVE and the STEP programs?
Yeah, I'll start with the PAVE. I've been watching these numbers closely. We do a lot of work, the team chairs, myself, and with input from the teachers in the program, watching the trends for students that is in the elementary, middle, and high school, both for the autism program and the functional life skills program. And we do that early for the following year to kind of know, because we know by grade level, there's X amount of students in the 8th grade that are part of the McCarthy program that are going to be transitioning to the high school. And then typically what we look at the high school is students stay in the high school PAVE program for 4 years. They do to their typical 9th, 10th, 11th, 12th grade year. They graduate or participate in graduation with their class. And then they typically will go on to some post high school, or what we consider our 18 to 22 transition planning time. A lot of that times those students will then transition to Valley or maybe look differently, something else. So we can also kind of know who's ready to transition out to say Valley Collaborative. And so when we're looking at those numbers, McCarthy, when I arrived here, always had 2 teachers attached to that program, and the numbers had supported that at the middle school level. And for a while, we were able to maintain the 1 at the high school. But for next year, we have very few students, only 2 that are going to be transitioning to Valley. And we have 4 coming up from the middle school, 8th grade into 9th grade next year. We have a young lady moving in from out of state. We've already had meetings with the family, et cetera, and they're living here in Chelmsford now, and we'll be transitioning as well. So that's a move-in that we know about now. So the numbers looking for the PAVE classroom for next year are up around, I think it's 12 or 13, which is a lot. I mean, we're within, you mentioned the 8, but we're within, we have many paraprofessionals and extra adults in that classroom, so you can, with a para, go add 4 more for every para in the room. But it's just too much for one teacher with the MCAS alt portfolios you have to complete, et cetera. And we're also looking at almost 2 cohorts within that 12, 13 number of students, because we have some that have more intensive needs, and then we have some that can have a combination of accessing maybe some inclusion electives and then, functioning a little bit higher. And then the STEP program is the one that we had talked about prior, with the fact that our social emotional needs are significant since COVID. I know you've had information that our STEP program at the high school, which is a program that supports students in gen ed and special ed that have come back to school after being hospitalized or having a period of time out of school. So they transition back there, and we have a counselor who has been wonderful with a paraprofessional supporting those students. And over this year, we're already at the number of students, I think, that we've been at in a course of a year's time. And we're finding the amount of time these students are staying within and needing the supports of the STEP program are longer. Usually it was 30 days, sometimes up to 45 days, and then they're able to transition back in. We're finding some of these students are getting re-hospitalized and re-entered, and they're needing the support of the program much longer. So by adding a teacher, which a lot of these programs that high schools have these 2 positions. They'll have a counselor position or a clinical position and an educator position. And then the educator, the special ed position, will be able to work with the high school teachers, transition for what the students have missed, work on a plan to when they can start transitioning back to class, 1 class at a time, and really focus on the academics. And then the clinical counselor that we have there, Jenna, who has been with the program for a number of years now and is excellent, can really focus on the clinical aspect of networking, supporting families, outreach, connecting with people in the moment, counseling with students as they need it.
And are there any additional paraprofessional positions that go along with any of these new programs, or? it's just the three?
I believe we have 2 paraprofessional positions for the language-based program. So they would be paras dedicated to supporting kids in inclusion, because with the teacher, they have to do the OG pull-out and stuff, and we're gonna need that support and have them have that specialized training to be able to help support in science and social studies and maybe some math classes.
Is that anticipated in this particular line item or
It's
under
a couple
paras?
pages away because they're in the para line item.
Yeah.
I'll point it
Under
out to you when
para?
we get there.
Okay.
All right, other questions on this particular page or on the new programs at all? Okay, well, thank you very much, Amy.
Thank you.
Gotcha.
I make a motion to approve budget category 2310, teacher specialist, special education on page 24 for the amount of $6,899,777 for the FY 2023 budget.
Second.
Donna?
Aye.
Jeff?
Aye.
John?
Aye.
Mayor?
Aye.
Aye, 5-0.
Thank you. Page 25 is DESI code 2320, medical and therapeutic services. And the recommended bottom line budget for fiscal '23 is $412,390.
How much change?
Any questions?
Small one.
Okay, I'll take a motion.
I make a motion to approve the budget category 2320 medical therapeutic services on page 25 for the amount of $412,390 for the FY 2023 budget.
Second.
Donna?
Aye.
Jeff?
Aye.
John?
Aye.
Maria?
Aye.
Aye.
Thank you. Page 26 is DESI code 2325, our substitutes. And this, we're actually recommending an increase in the budget for fiscal '23 up to $811,000. And embedded within that increase, some increases to our current rates that we pay for day-to-day substitute teachers. We have a couple of different categories. This is something actually Candace worked with us on, pulling together from other districts what comparables were. To try to maintain, be competitive and attract people to these roles. A long-term substitute rate, and then a day-to-day paraprofessional and recess aide rate. So what I listed in the left-hand column is just what we're currently paying for fiscal '22, and then the recommendation for fiscal '23. So we're currently paying $90 a day for a day-to-day sub-teacher, and we're recommending that go up to $125 a day to be competitive with our neighboring towns, because that is the group that we're in competition for these jobs. We'd also like to have a differential rate for a day-to-day substitute teacher who is a formerly, a retired teacher, a formerly licensed teacher. So this would actually pay $150 a day. And the thought process behind this would be to try to really attract an individual and reward them for having been a teacher, having, classroom management skills. What's that?
I was looking at Jeff over there. You know?
Oh, I know.
What he used was enough.
But again, there's a different skill level between someone who's been in the role as opposed to someone who hasn't. So to be able to recognize that, and again, try to be attractive. A lot of our neighboring towns have a differential for retired licensed people. Again, those would require at a minimum an associate's degree. However, most of our subs have a bachelor's degree. Our long-term substitute teacher rate is currently $125, and we do have difficulty attracting people in at that rate. So we are recommending going to $200 a day for those individuals. And this is an individual who is a fully licensed teacher because they're in a position for 10 or more days. So we would obviously pay someone the day-to-day rate up until they were to assume an assignment. But if an assignment is 10-plus days, you're taking over for the teacher, you're doing the lesson plans, you're doing the instruction. It's not like just a day-to-day sub coming in and any given day kind of just working with the students. So I think that differential will go a long way. It honestly could have gone further. A lot of districts try to tie out that rate to like what a bachelor's step one teacher would be. I think this is a kind of a happy compromise, and I'd like to try this first to see how it goes. And then lastly, day-to-day substitutes we hire for paraprofessionals and recess aides. They don't have a degree requirement. We're currently paying $14.25 an hour, and the recommendation is to go to 16 an hour. And this also kind of buttons up against the minimum wage requirements in trying to get ahead of that for next year. So the recommendation is to approve the 811 as the bottom line for this page. Obviously, this rate structure is built into that budget, but I would produce at the next meeting or even an April meeting, an actual vote for you to establish the sub rates for next year. That wouldn't be part of this vote. Right now, you're just trying to put money in the account to ultimately pay for it a year from now.
Okay, any questions on this page? I think you covered it all.
Well, I knew there were going to be questions, so I just figured I'd had that one off.
Yep. All right, take a motion.
I make a motion to approve the budget category 2325 substitutes on page 26 for the amount of $811,000 for the FY 2023 budget.
Second. Okay, Donna?
Aye.
Jeff?
Aye.
John?
Aye.
Maria?
Aye.
Aye. 5-0.
Thank you. I think that'll go a long way, so I appreciate that support. Page two, what's that?
I hope so.
Yeah, me too. Page 27, line item 2330, this is for our paraprofessionals. And the recommended budget at this time is $4,249,008 for fiscal '23. And you will notice, again, this is where the additional 2 paras for the language-based program at the 5th grade middle school level are coming in. An increase from the 169.5 in the current budget going up to the 171.5. That's where those two positions are. So we'd recommend your approval of this.
Questions on this page?
Can you just clarify why you said at this time?
What's that?
You said this is what you're recommending at this time.
$4,249,008.
Right, so this is what we're recommending at this time because we haven't negotiated the contracts.
Oh, and that's the case for everything. I mean,
Okay.
even like the teachers and whatnot. But yes, I mean, at this time, this is what we're recommending. This amount on this page does not include any increase at all for next year, because the increase is technically in the other page as a line item. It hasn't been dispersed because we haven't negotiated yet to even know what we would be moving to this line. So this is basically just, the only thing that this page contains would be if someone would do a step increase that we already know about, that's included in this figure. But there's no COLA, there's no extra funding because it's yet to be negotiated. And that would be ultimately transferred in after negotiations conclude from the other page.
And I guess a question we've been getting is we increased by 2 positions, but the total number went down.
Yeah, it happens. It's because the budget does reflect known retirements for next year. So very similar with a teacher. If I do know by now a teacher is retiring next year, I always budget at step 1. So you assume a new person coming in is coming in at step 1. You take the reduction now, and we happen to have 170 odd people. Those add up quickly, so even it offsets your steps. So yes, technically it is going down, I think, a couple thousand, like 2,000. But everything is accounted for. It's also reflecting the known retirements and that savings differential.
All right, other questions on this page? Okay, we'll take a motion.
I make a motion to approve budget category 2330 paraprofessionals on page 27 for the amount of $4,249,008.
Second.
For the FY 2023 budget.
Still second. Jump the gun, Jeff. All right, Donna? Jeff? Aye. John?
Aye.
Maria?
Aye.
Aye. 5-0.
Can't pause if I hear a pause.
Thank you. Page 28, line 2340, this is our library media centers. Basically level service for next year, recommended bottom line budget for fiscal '23 of $792,616.
Okay, any questions on this page? Okay, we'll take a motion.
I make a motion to approve budget category 2340 Library Media Center on page 28 for the amount of $792,616 for the FY 2023 budget.
Second. Okay, Donna?
Aye.
Jeff?
Aye.
John?
Aye.
Maria?
Aye.
Aye.
Thank you. Page 29 is line 2357. This is our professional development for the district line. And the total recommended budget for next year is $218,275.
Okay, any questions on this one? Okay, and this is, I think, a good example of with the COVID and everything kind of went down because.
Well, yeah, you can see, if you look at, say, the dues and conference line.
Right.
You know, your actual was more in line with what the true spend is in '20. But then obviously we just had less, the dues cost less, and we weren't having people go to conferences. So it's kind of coming back up to a more natural build this year. And this page also does include, check real quick, yes, so this would be the second year that we actually include some funding to be able to contract with a group. Like this year, we're doing a DEI work with a group, so that's funded through this particular page. It doesn't, it only provides the professional development for the committee, but the admin team and our teachers in the district. So we have a set aside for additional work for next year, and we'll be able to work over the course of this spring to figure out exactly what we would like to target for that.
All right, any other questions? Okay, I'll take a motion.
I make a motion to approve budget category 2357, professional development, on page 29 for the amount of $275,000 for the FY 2023 budget.
Second. Donna?
Aye.
Jeff?
Aye.
John?
Aye.
Maria?
Aye.
Aye.
Thank you. Page 30 is accounts 2410 to 2415. These are our textbooks and instructional materials. The recommended budget for fiscal '23 actually has gone down from fiscal '22. The recommended budget is $563,440.
Any questions on this page? Donna?
Rebinding, you just talk about what that is? Because we went from, we've budgeted $4,000 for it, the rebinding.
Yeah, I mean, maybe Joanna can, we just didn't happen to have much that year. We just typically carry an amount in the event that textbooks at the end of the year, when they get turned in, are a little beaten up, need a little bit of, help to get them back in shape for the next year. Some of the reason that really might be down for 20 and 21 is because we were virtual.
Right.
So you just didn't have a lot of books, being handed around. The 4,000 is more typical of a regular year spend. I realize the actual was low, but I don't think 4,000 is astronomical to put aside for that.
Yeah, I just wanted to make sure that we had again received some emails regarding this.
On binding?
Right, about rebinding and what it was, and
Sure.
so I wanted to make sure that we addressed that.
And this is all for hardcover books, I assume?
The cost to rebind a book is much less than purchasing a new textbook.
Okay. All right, have we transitioned it all to any sort of digital platforms?
Where we can, we do.
Okay.
But where we need, I know, I'm like, I don't think I have a microphone, which is good for everybody tonight. No, for anything that we can digitize, we do, and we usually do have like at least a PDF copy of any book in the off chance we ever have to access something.
Yeah.
But this is just more for your upper middle school and high school books that they need the big textbooks.
Okay, all right, and if we did go to digital, would that be reflected in this item or somewhere else in the budget?
It would be in the textbook, it would probably be under this
And
line,
would
the
it-
textbooks themselves, but
Yeah,
there's
would
still a
you-
cost to digital textbooks.
No, that's why I'm asking, would those costs be in this particular?
Yeah, there are some in here.
Okay.
And then some of the big items are in the instructional software.
Okay, all right, that's why I was kind of hitting to, would it come up in instructional software instead? Okay.
But,
It depends sometimes, I mean, and you can elaborate on this, but like, when we do the big purchase for like a new curriculum adoption, that usually goes in a particular line. And then it's the recurring costs annually after that are usually like instructional, that then gets shifted to like a tech line. So that would be another reason why you might see a tech line go up for like subscriptions or annual renewals, because then you're picking it up for that.
Okay. Great. Any other questions on this page? Okay,
I make a motion to approve budget category 2410 to 2415 textbooks and instructional materials on page 30 for the amount of $563,440 for the FY 2023 budget.
Second.
okay, Donna?
Aye.
Jeff?
Aye.
John?
Aye.
Maria?
Aye.
Aye.
Thank you. Page 31 is DESI Code 2420. This is our instructional equipment at the school level. And this, so again, this is all schools combined into these district line items. And the recommended budget for fiscal '23 is $161,450.
Okay, any questions here?
On science, all over the place, but I was just kind of curious, so we went from 16,000 to 16,800 to 21,500. Is that our FOSS kits?
I think it's probably the net effect of the FOSS kids coming in and using a less of a technology that particular year. But I don't know, Joanna, do you happen to know that off the top of your head?
Well, I think it's also in fiscal '21, this was part of the one-time purchase.
Okay.
Ideas, I don't know what specific piece of equipment we purchased for science, but that was kind of why the bump, and then now we're kind of back down to what.
What we would normally be?
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay, any other questions on this page? Okay, we'll take a motion.
I make a motion to approve budget category 2420 instructional equipment on page 31 for the amount of $161,450 for the FY 2023 budget.
Second. Okay, Donna?
Aye.
Jeff? Aye. John?
Aye.
Maria?
Aye.
Aye. 5-0.
Thank you. Page 32 is function 2430. These are general supplies for the entire district by department and also like school level. And the fiscal 23 request comes in at $594,808.
Any questions on this page? Okay.
I make a motion to approve budget category 2430, general supplies on page 32 for the amount of $594,808 for the FY 2023 budget.
Second. Okay, Donna?
Aye.
Jeff? Aye. John?
Aye.
Maria?
Aye.
Aye, sorry, 5-0.
Page 33 is line 2440. These are other instructional services for special education, and the recommended budget for fiscal 23 is $190,000.
Okay, any questions here? Okay, take a motion.
I make a motion to approve budget category 2440, other instructional services, special education on page 33 for the amount of $190,000 for the FY 2023 budget.
Second. Donna?
Aye.
Jeff? Aye. John?
Aye.
Maria?
Aye.
Aye.
Thank you. Page 34 is accounts 2451 to 2455. This is classroom instructional technology and software. And the recommended budget for fiscal 23 is $695,000.
Okay, any questions on this page? This is the final year for the one-on-one?
Yeah, so after this point, yes. I mean, we'll keep doing it every year.
Right, no, I'm
But we'll
saying-
be fully through. So everyone grades 5 to 12 will have the district-issued laptop.
So what happens, so the eighth graders turn them in?
They turn them in and then they get a new
seniors-
one for high school.
And the seniors turn them in, what do they do?
The seniors will turn them in.
Yeah.
By the end of 4 years, they don't have a lot of life left on them. Bill will pull them apart for parts and things like that.
Okay.
The same will happen with the eighth grade devices when they get turned in. And then the next year's incoming freshman will get a new device.
Okay, all right, that's what I done.
Yeah, and then actually the incoming fifth would too. Yeah. So the old ones just get cycled out. A Chromebook doesn't have much more than 3 or 4 years life in it.
Oh, I know. I have several of them in my home.
All right, any other questions on this page? Okay, John, sorry.
I make a motion to approve budget category 2451 to 2455, classroom instructional technology and software on page 34 for the amount of $695,000 for the FY 2023 budget.
Second. Donna?
Aye.
Jeff?
Aye.
Maria?
Aye.
John?
Aye.
Aye. Sorry, nice job.
Shake it up a little bit.
Thank you. Page 35, our accounts 2710 to 2800. This is for our guidance and psychological services line. And the recommended budget for fiscal '23 is $2,705,864. And within this recommendation, you will see an increase because this is the other area where we've recommended a few positions. We spoke previously about increasing the part-time psychologist at McCarthy and Parker to making them full-time psychologists. And then at this is the addition of the social workers to kind of help at the elementary, middle, and high school level. These would be 3 kind of dedicated positions to help work with some of our struggling students and families access resources. We do a very good job of accessing resources and providing them within the district. We have a lot of struggling students and families that need help networking outside the district. So we'd be looking for these 3 people to really bring in a different skill set than some of the staff that we currently have working with kids in the building to be able to help these families network and get those services that they need outside of the school environment. Again, Amy is here, can speak on either one of these. But as we spoke about in previous meetings, and I think when Amy and Shannon Bischoff, our coordinator for SEL, came and spoke really about the desire and the need to support this increase.
Any questions? Okay, Amy, I'm going to ask you an impossible question. Where are the social workers going to be housed out of?
We don't know. That's a tough one.
To be determined.
To be determined, okay.
No, I think they're gonna spend a lot,
They just can't hear you if you talk from the corner.
sorry, to be determined. I think they're gonna spend a lot of time in their leveled buildings, but I think because like the elementary level is gonna work with 4 schools, we will have to find a central kind of location where, whether it's within student services, we'll figure that piece out. The high school one's a little easier because they'll be primarily focused in one school at the high school, and then the middle schools as well. So I think for the middle and the elementary, we'll find a spot somewhere with student services, but they'll be not in that office very much.
Okay.
But except for calls and networking and.
Any other questions?
Can I ask, what's building leader stipends? What is that?
Oh, that,
What is what?
is that our
Building
SEL
leader
stipends?
Oh, the MTSS SEL stipends?
Oh, yeah.
That was something that we put in place a few years back, when we really kind of refocused on like SEL in the districts. So we identify, each school does a little bit different, but 1 or 2 staff members from each school to receive a stipend to kind of be the team leader for the SEL initiatives in their building. So those individuals would get extra training, they would come out, get some resources, they would facilitate sessions within their groups, and they would then go work with other teachers in their buildings, kind of like a model where, you know, if we're training a handful of people, they can then go and help their broader staffs at the buildings. But these are teachers within the schools that take on that role for the year. We've had a lot of continuity, so a lot of times people will take it and they'll want to do it the following year, but they are posted annually and people can apply to serve in that capacity or not. But they're the MTSS or SEL coordinator for their building, depending on how that school titles it.
They kind of lead the tier 1 and tier 2, intervention teams for SEL.
Does this take into account if staff have to stay after school and need to be compensated in some way for after-school meetings?
Yeah, I mean, a lot of this stuff does happen outside of the school day. So it's a little recognition, but it's also to compensate for that, because we wouldn't compensate, say, like hourly on top of that.
So that's this particular line item here. So it's not just for the leaders, it's also for teachers who stay after their contracted hours. They would have to
Well,
be
no,
paid
because they wouldn't be paid for staying after the
Okay,
the
gotcha.
stipend would cover that extra work.
Okay, gotcha.
Yeah.
Any other question for Amy while she's there? I just have a question on the stipend for extended year, high school, it's gone up, the second line there. Guidance counselor stipend, extended
Oh,
year.
yeah, so that was actually a request from, I'm sorry about that, thanks for bringing that to my attention. That was a request from Steve, and it's my understanding some of the guidance counselors at the high school. In their current contract, I believe they come back either 3 or 4 days over the course of the summer to help with scheduling and get all the kids as full a schedule as they can for the start of the school year. The days aren't coordinated where like everyone comes in at the same time. And they would like to actually put together several days, like 2 weeks before we come back, where they could all come in at the same time. And just do those with their deans, do their kind of like final fine tuning of the schedule so that when the kids come the first day, they have their schedules, they know where they're going. So it's basically to provide 3 or 4 more days of compensation for those guidance counselors at the high school level to come in and work on the schedules.
That is an excellent idea because parents have questions that they would like to have answered prior to the first, last couple days of the summer, right? So this would be nice so the parents can.
No, yeah, when
I
they
think it's a
actually
great
brought it up,
idea.
I thought it was a very good idea.
Yeah.
And if there's a way that we can actually kind of schedule them to come in,
Right.
even if they're not the exact same day, but if we know like when they're coming in and there's a couple there to help out.
Right.
The more you can get done before the kids come in that first day, just the better off they are.
Yes, just better for the families and kids too.
It makes it easy, and then it's just falling on the 3 deans and the coordinators to do it all.
Right.
Those were always fun days. Or weeks.
Yeah, sorry about that. I didn't know.
Any other questions on this page? Okay, we'll take a motion.
I make a motion to approve budget category 2710 to 2800 guidance and psychological services on page 35 for the amount of $2,705,864 for the FY 2023 budget.
Second. Donna?
Aye.
Jeff?
Aye.
John? Aye. Maria?
Aye.
Aye.
Thank you. Page 36 is function 3200. These are our medical and health services, our school nursing unit. The recommended budget here for fiscal '23 is $884,101. The only noticeable increase is to the day-to-day sub-nursing rate. Like we increased the day-to-day teacher and para rate, nurses is also something very difficult to get these days. So we're recommending moving that from 150 up to 200 per day to, again, just be competitive with our surrounding towns. I'll tell you, still many are paying many more than that per day because you cannot get day-to-day nurses. But I think post-pandemic, the 200 will kind of settle at a good rate. So that is the increase you're seeing in that particular account. Aside from that, it's a pretty much level-funded budget.
Any questions on this? What happened to the town health educator?
Oh, the town health educator is going to, she's still there. It used to be a split-funded position. The town health budget has sufficient funds to bring the person on full-time for them for next year. So the individual is going to be a full-time employee of the health department, so we're not gonna have to cost share on the salary end. And then we're gonna kind of refocus because, again, we have some extra resources with like ESSER and things like that. And just kind of figure out how we want to reshape some of that different work that the individual used to do with our health teachers and nurses and whatnot. So Peggy and her group are going to work on that. But we didn't have a specific increase or ask at this point in time to do that. It's great that we're not losing the body. She's still going to be a great resource to us. She'll just be full-time working for the health department. And the health department honestly needs it, so.
They definitely need it, especially the last 2 years.
It's a good thing for them.
Yep. All right, other questions on this page? Okay, take a motion.
I make a motion to approve budget category 3200 medical and health services on page 36 for the amount of $884,101 for the FY 2023 budget.
Second. Donna?
Aye.
Jeff?
Aye.
John?
Aye.
Maria?
Aye.
Aye.
You threw me off when you looked at me.
All right, page 37. This is DESI function code 3300, transportation. Recommended bottom line budget for fiscal '23, an increase to $4,298,419. Again, what you are going to see on this page of the budget is the anticipated increase for fiscal '23's regular ed big bus transportation. We're showing consistent offset from anticipated revenue coming in from the riders on that particular page. And then minor adjustments to the late runs, foster, and homeless transportation. Special education transportation, we have included 2 additional vans or small buses to be able to help with CHIPS in particular and some of the elementary runs. It's not before you this evening for a vote. It'll come at your next meeting, but we did go out to bid because our transportation contract is up June 30th, so we needed a new transportation contract. We went out to bid for new 3-year contract with 2 5-year, with 2 optional years for 4 and 5. We did receive only 1 bid from North Reading Transportation, so that recommendation will be before you at the next meeting for approval.
Such an effective, competitive system we have.
Now, is the same true for special ed busing?
Special ed busing contracts also need to be negotiated. The difference with special ed contracts is you don't have to go out to bid. You can actually just negotiate those contracts. Still not more vendors to work with, but it's not a formal process like you have to go out with on the big buses. So we're trying to get the big buses taken care of first because, again, there's a bidding involved in that. And I mean, we'll get into this at the next meeting. I'm just not surprised. There aren't any other vendors in our area who could take on this kind of a contract. So we do have the known increases from the bid in here, so we at least know that this number is a solid number for budget planning purposes, which is good. But we'll have that contract before you at the next meeting.
And with the assumption we're gonna go back to the same number of buses that we had prior to this year, or?
Well, we bidded for the 29, which is what we had as a base year. We did cut down to 27 this year. And we're not paying for 29, so we have a savings in the budget for that because we're operating 2 less buses, but we did bid to go back to 29. So, I mean, the hope would be that they'll be in a better position with drivers to be able to fund the 29.
Other questions, Donna?
Where are we at with the crossing guards? Have we just not had any luck hiring anybody?
We have not.
Okay.
So I don't know why Linda's laughing at me. We have 3 budgeted crossing guards in the budget. On an annual basis, just based on demand, is how they would actually get filled. The only kind of demand we had this year was for the front of McCarthy, in the morning in particular. There was no dedicated person to apply just for that job. We were able to have one of the staff members from McCarthy just basically like receive a stipend to be the crossing guard at McCarthy. So we do have the one for right now. We've always maintained the 3 in the budget because technically there are 3 locations where historically there have been crossing guards if needed. But I'm not sure if, number one, they're gonna be needed, or if we'd even be able to find a dedicated crossing guard body. We may have to just utilize that funding to pay like a staff member, like hourly or a stipend, to do the duty if it was necessary.
Right, any other questions on this page? Okay, we'll take one.
Make a motion to approve budget category 3300 transportation on page 37 for the amount of $4,298,419 for the FY 2023 budget.
Second.
Donna?
Aye.
Jeff?
Aye.
John?
Aye.
Maria?
Aye.
Aye. 5-0.
Thank you. Page 38 is function 3400. This is our food service budget. Request is for $123,174 for fiscal '23. As I mentioned previously, our food service revolving fund pays for the bulk of our food service operation, our food service workers and food and whatnot. We do fund the director's salary, and then there's a small contracted services line that can be accessed by the group if necessary in the local budget.
Okay, questions here? Do we know if the federal government is going to continue to provide
We don't,
lunches and breakfasts and,
Nothing official yet.
okay, any rumors or,
Oh, rumors on both sides.
okay, all right, just wondering, because it's been, what, 2 years they've been done that? Year and a
yeah,
half?
it was last year,
It
correct?
was all last
Last year and this year.
All this year, yeah. They're definitely doing it for the rest of this year.
Yeah.
I think next year is the question,
Okay,
but we don't know.
all right, now we're on impact because it's all revolving.
It'd be revolving anyway.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right, other questions? Okay, John?
I make a motion to approve the budget category 3400 food services on page 38 for the amount of $123,174 for the FY 2023 budget.
Second.
Donna?
Aye.
Jeff?
Aye.
John?
Aye.
Maria?
Aye.
Aye. 5-0.
Thank you. Page 3900 is the athletic department with a request for fiscal '23 of $922,338.
Okay, any questions on this page? Okay,
I do,
oh,
actually.
good.
One is on the pool and ice rentals. I'm assuming that the difference is because of COVID again?
Yeah.
Okay. And then
I don't
this is,
think the- I don't
this
think
is
the
maybe a
pool-
question for the town manager, but,
Oh, I don't think the pool was even open at the Y last year.
yeah. Whether or not we know if there's going to be an increase in the ice fees because of the amount of work that's being done on the forum.
I don't know.
No increase?
The town bears that cost, not the manager.
Thank you.
Thanks, Paul.
Right. Any other questions on this page?
What's other expenses?
What's that?
Under other expenses?
Right, so, it's, not equipment or, things like that. It's like when we bought, a new, golf cart for the fields, when we bought, a couple years ago, well, we have when we bought the little bus. When he does, like participation fees for the tournaments.
Oh, right,
It's
right,
kind of
okay, yep.
Another thing,
Yep.
so, yep.
And question on transportation under this item.
Sure.
How are our buses working? Do they help us with this? 'Cause it's still at 110,000.
Oh, our little buses?
Yes.
Yeah, they're phenomenal. Thank God we have them because we haven't been able to rely on the vendor to have buses available for the after-school runs. We could honestly use more on any given day. We're gonna have 2 in circulation for the springtime. We unfortunately have had to have, like throughout the fall and the winter, a like carpooling. We've had to have parents drive kids to events. It's not ideal at all. So we're gonna have the 2 minibuses going. They're great for like small individual teams, so if you have like for the springtime, like your tennis teams, right? If the boys are playing at home and the girls are away, the girls can take the bus. Same thing with like softball. I mean, you could put like, or baseball team, one of the levels, so varsity or JV, on a bus, and they can go, and they're not beholden to the transportation company's schedule. So they have been phenomenal. They have been excellent. Yes, I mean, we are still carrying the fees. You'll see it was less over the last couple of years because we didn't have as much going on in the district. But our fees do go up every year, even though, we may not have used all the different services, like the per event rate continues to go up. So we do still have the 100,000, 110,000 budget is like potential exposure. But that's in addition to using our own 2 buses for that.
I do want to say, after having been the victim of bus issues, especially after school, I mean, I can't even imagine. It's been horrible, having been stuck to wait an extra hour, or them not even showing up sometimes, because they were just so, I guess, overbooked. I don't even know what the problem, well, they couldn't hire, there was drivers.
They didn't have enough drivers.
It was a
right?
driver
So
issue, right?
The problem was, the high school runs, the high schools everywhere get done early. But you have to wait until the elementary and the middle school runs are done
Right.
sometimes to free up a run. And if you had the same driver doing, say, a Chelmsford High run and a Voc run, you had to wait till both schools were done. It was just a huge complicating factor. We've been even trying to make some inroads to just see, what might be available in the market if we're able to purchase more. Everyone is trying to buy these things. But they are phenomenal. They're fantastic.
Right, other questions on this page? Okay, we'll take a motion.
Make a motion to approve budget category 3510 athletic department on page 39 for the amount of $922,338 for the FY 2023 budget.
Second.
Hey, Donna?
Aye.
Jeff?
Aye.
John?
Aye.
Maria?
Aye.
Aye.
Can I just add one other thing?
Yeah.
I don't think Dan Hart has probably been recognized for the amount of juggling that he's had to do with regards to these buses and getting teams to where they need to be for these after-school competitions, so I think that's worth mentioning.
Yeah, no,
He's done a great job with that this year.
Yeah, no, he certainly has. In addition to that, I mean, like the scheduling bumps because of COVID and, which team you can play and which team you can't play, even over the course of this past year and a half. Yeah, the AD's jobs have been very difficult to do.
Sorry.
No, it's true.
Thank you. Page 40, line 3520 is other student activities. And this has a recommended budget of $202,690. It's a level funded budget from fiscal '22. This budget, just as a side note, we did make an adjustment last year so that the user fee is now $50 for middle school and high school, and so that is maintained. No change in that.
Any questions on this page? Maria, question?
Is this basically the stipends?
Primarily.
Okay, anybody else? Okay, John?
I make a motion to approve budget category 3520 other student activities on page 40 for the amount of $202,690 for the FY 2023 budget.
Second.
Donna?
Aye.
Jeff?
Aye.
John?
Aye.
Maria?
Aye.
Aye.
Page 41, 3600, this is our school security line item, and it is budgeted in fiscal '23 at $192,351.
Any questions here?
I notice it's less. Is there any particular reason why? I don't know, it's a change in the FTEs or,
I'm sorry, what?
it's less, right?
Yeah,
Oh,
it's just.
FTE, sorry.
No, this is, the FTE stayed the same. It's the individuals. We had a couple of retirements.
Oh, okay.
So the more senior person at a higher step is going to be replaced by a lower person.
Gotcha.
So I've already accounted for that.
Thank you.
And what schools are these serving?
So there is one at McCarthy, one at Parker, and 2 at the high
Two
school.
at the high school, okay. Great. Other questions? Okay, all right, we'll take a motion.
I make a motion to approve budget category 3600 school security on page 41 for the amount of $192,351 for the FY 2023 budget.
Second.
That was an enthusiastic second. Really.
Saving my voice.
Donna?
Aye.
Jeff?
Aye.
John?
Aye.
Maria?
Aye.
Aye. Is it past bedtime?
It's, you get older, you feel
42. This is lines 4110, 4210, and 4230, our custodial services line items. And this recommended budget for next year is at $1,972,196. Couple of things in this particular line item. We are adding some additional funding because our contract with our cleaning service companies are up this June 30th. So we're going to be going out to bid. We're going to be reviewing new vendors. Hopefully some of these vendors will resubmit their proposals, but we do know that the costs are going up. So Joanna has included some market rate adjustments in the contracted services line, and we'll be negotiating and bringing contracts to you for approval on that in the coming week.
Okay, any questions here? Any particular equipment there that the cost has gone up?
Which line are you looking at?
Second to last one, equipment, 27 to 60.
Yeah, that actually includes some new pieces that Brian was looking to purchase. Do you happen to have that?
I think this is the, like, snow removal equipment, kind of those kind of things, not like, cleaning equipment, like, not like.
But like
floor
snow blowers
scrubber.
and,
Yeah, but like the supply line items themselves would be like more for your cleaning
Right,
products and
right.
things. I do know, and he's talked to me even about additional equipment, like snow removal, some of our snow blowers, and even like McCarthy and the high school actually need more of a piece of, like a dedicated piece of equipment that someone can ride on to be able to clear the snow. I know there's a couple of spreader attachments, like for sanding spreader attachments, that they wanted to purchase for some of the back of the trucks, just to help with the quick sanding in the morning. We don't have a heavy custodial crew on in the buildings. Our middle schools only have one custodian. Our high school does have three, but that is a big property when you're trying to get it all cleaned out and sanded for the kids coming in the morning. I do know there's a piece of lawn equipment also, and I can't off the top of my head remember if it was Byams or Parker's. One of those two schools' pieces of lawn equipment, I believe also went down and needs to be replaced. But that would be stuff that we would actually purchase and maintain as a district. The vendor wouldn't use.
Yeah.
Our custodians would use that. The vendor does provide their own equipment for like the cleaning of the buildings.
Okay. Great. Any other questions on this page? Oh, okay.
I make a motion to approve budget category 4110, 4210, 4230 custodial services on page 42 for the amount of $1,972,196 for the FY 2023 budget.
Second.
Boom.
Very assertive. Donna?
Aye.
Jeff?
Aye.
John?
Aye.
Maria?
Aye.
Aye.
Thank you. Page 43 is lines 4120, 4130. This is the heating of the buildings and our utility services. And the recommended budget for fiscal '23 is $1,273,070.
Questions here? We did get a question from somebody about solar credits and how does that work, or, I don't remember what the actual question was.
Yeah. Again, I'll give you the broad, and Joanna can. The way that these bills work, we pay for the utilities, heating and electric in the buildings. There are solar panels on the buildings. When the invoice comes through, you'd see the gross amount of the bill, and then you'd see like an offset charge for the, whatever the credit is for having the solar panels, and then there's a net amount. So we're obviously responsible for the net amount. Joanna in the business office monitors and pays the bills. And so this actually just is the normal, the credits have already been taken, a normal amount of the increase for utilities. I don't know if you want to go further.
I mean, how much is the offset generally for the solar? Is it meaningful?
Absolutely.
Do we have like a rough number?
I don't know the total, because it varies based on.
Well, yeah, just,
You
I
know.
know if it was 10,000 or 100,000 or a million, right? Like,
Because it depends how sunny it is, in the summer versus the winter and blah, blah, blah. So we kind of have a little faith in that the credit on the school department invoices is reflective. Remember, the town has all their invoices and the total picture, and then and the town manager's here to talk more about it if he wants, but then there's, other credits. So we're just one small component of the benefits for the whole town.
I'm sure Paul would want nothing more but to come up.
Do you have a ballpark idea, like how much we receive in a month or a year? Is it like?
That's fine, I
1,000
just-
Or 10,000 or?
No, it's in the hundreds of thousands.
Okay, yeah, that's kind of, I just want to make sure it's something meaningful.
No, the
We can
credit-
get that later. I was just kind of curious.
Yeah.
It was not really.
So the credit, it's a significant credit.
It's a-
just the cost of our utility, like, utilities are an expensive cost.
Right.
And again, this is something that we're even gonna have to watch.
I was gonna say, are we gonna have to watch this?
Right, with everything going on.
Because I am worried about
Yeah.
that, you know?
Right.
So I think it's something we have to keep in mind going forward.
There are more investment opportunities for things like solar panels? Like, how does that work?
You're out of my league on that one. I don't have.
We'll talk later. Well, not tonight.
All right, other questions on this page? Okay, we'll take a motion.
I make a motion to approve budget category 4120, 4130, heating of buildings and utility services on page 43 for $1,273,070 for the FY 2023 budget.
Second. Donna?
Aye.
Jeff? Aye. John?
Aye.
Maria?
Aye.
Aye. 5-0.
Thank you. Page 44 is lines 5150. This is employee separation costs, and this is budgeted at $249,632 for fiscal '23. And again, this line item just encompasses the known retirements that we have at the end of the year. So when a teacher tells us that they're retiring at the end of the year, we can calculate out any buyback payments that they're entitled to. Again, this number fluctuates year to year because of the actual retirees. But this is the number that ties to the end of the year retirements that have been noticed to us by January, so that we can include this for June.
Any questions? What are we looking for numbers-wise, retirees?
11 or 12, right, teachers?
Teachers, 12, and then just that one administrator just came in.
Okay.
So 13.
So that's normal?
Not too many,
Okay,
yeah, I mean,
yeah.
we usually run 10 to 15 a year,
Yeah,
so we're normal.
All right, great. That's good to hear, because, you never know.
Right.
All right, other questions? Okay, we'll take a motion.
I make a motion to approve budget category 5150, employee separation costs on page 44 for the amount of $249,632 for the FY 2023 budget.
Second. Okay, Donna?
Aye.
Jeff?
Aye.
John?
Aye.
Maria?
Aye.
Aye.
Page 45, you don't need to take a vote on. There's no recommended budget for this. This is just the account that we primarily have been using for when we transfer available funds at the end of the year to pay, like, say, the turf field bond payment and interest payment. So you'd only see an actual, you wouldn't actually see a budget. So there is no vote that's necessary on this.
Can we assume we've had a little bit more action in terms of rentals over the course of last year than?
Yeah, no, we certainly have, and I think but the nice thing is where we had the funding to be able to offset it, it also gives a little bit of a breather to the revolving fund. And that only grows and stays with the fund. So eventually, when we do need to replace the turf, there's just gonna be extra money there to help offset that. So it's certainly a good, worthwhile cause when we have money. But yeah, we're gonna see more kids out on the turfs.
Great.
So you don't need to take
No
action on
action there.
45. And then on 46, we have our out-of-district special education tuitions. This is Fund 9300. And you'll see the bottom line figure, the net figure of $2,874,580 for next year. That actually represents a decrease.
Any questions? So we don't do any offsets to Valley or anything like that? We wait
Well,
till-
not at this point.
Yeah.
We're still trying, Valley we've been getting consistent credits back from them.
Yeah.
But I'm just still trying to see where that's gonna go for
Okay.
next year. If we do hear that we're gonna get a credit, obviously, we take the credit, and that would free up some funding in the budget that you could reallocate somewhere else. But at this point, we just don't know for sure what they're gonna do. I think it's speculative. I wouldn't wanna go in with a negative budget. You are seeing that we're maxing out or taking the max amount of the circuit breaker offset. So we have to take 2.5 million next year, that number. which is a little bit more than last year, to just stay within our allowable number. So you're seeing that go up, and then also with the anticipated tuitions going down about $100,000. That's why you're seeing that net effect going down to the 2.8.
Is there any buzz about what the percentage of reimbursement for the circuit breaker will be this year?
No.
Okay.
Joanna, have you heard anything?
They, you know, they want it to be 75%, but they, you know, can't commit
Right.
until they have the overall budget.
Did any action ever come of circuit breaker reimbursement for transportation? I know that was something they were trying to go through, and we hear anything?
It didn't for last
Yeah.
time, but when Amy submits, she'll submit it
Okay.
with circuit breaker, and then we'll see what they do. But if they go to the 75%, they almost are guaranteeing they'll start doing the transportation.
Okay, good. Yeah. Great. Other questions? Okay, take a motion.
Make a motion to approve the budget category 9,300 tuitions on page 46 for the amount of $2,874,580 for the FY 2023 budget.
Second.
Okay, Donna.
Yeah, aye.
Can tell it's getting near the end. All right, Jeff.
Aye.
John.
Aye.
Maria.
Aye.
Aye. 5-0. All right.
All right, so if you flip to page 47, you see that the final recommended budget for fiscal '23 is $67.5 million, which ties back to the number on page 10 in the DESI chart of accounts. So I'd recommend the school committee propose or approve the $67.5 million operating budget for the Chelmsford Public Schools for fiscal year '23, as referenced on pages 10 and 47.
The last one's the toughest.
Sorry.
I make a motion to approve the bottom line budget number of $67,500,000 for the FY 2023 budget as referenced on page 10 and 47 of the budget.
That's great. Excellent.
Second.
Wow, that was great.
I was impressed.
All right, any questions on the final number? All right, Donna.
Aye.
Jeff.
Aye.
John.
Aye.
Maria.
Aye.
Aye.
The good thing is without a mask, I can make that face.
Any other questions on the budget before we wrap it up?
No.
Any questions on
Nicely.
grants, anything like that? We're good?
You too, you as well, sir.
All right, we did get a field trip request in.
Oh,
We
love field
get
trip requests.
added to the packet. So it's for the wrestling team to go to the New England tournament, which I didn't look, was it Providence?
Yes.
Providence.
Okay.
Yeah, not the states, they
The
went.
New England, they
the
go in New
I'm
England, New
sorry.
England tournament.
So we had two wrestlers that qualified that are going to be going on Saturday. No, I'm sorry,
Friday, Saturday.
Friday the 4th.
Yeah.
It's a sleepover until Saturday. So I did add that to your packet. So we would just seek approval for those wrestlers and the coaches to travel this weekend.
All right. I make a motion to approve the field trip applications as presented.
Second.
Okay, all in favor?
Aye.
Okay, 5-0, approved. All right, anyone have any liaison reports? Maria?
Okay, so McCarthy, March grade 7 dance, student bingo is going to happen. Rock and roll bingo, which is the adults only fundraiser for the school, is going to be happening. And they're back to having some fun while doing the business of enrichment. The wellness committee met. We're back into compliance, and we're gonna stay in compliance. Updates for the rest of this year. And this session, it was the first time that our student rep also attended. It was great to have a student rep.
Okay, anybody else have liaison reports at this point? All right, anyone have any new items?
Just that we need to redo those policies.
Yeah, I had that on the list.
Okay.
Right, for the COVID policies. Yeah, anybody else? One thing I'd like to try to do, if we can get it in the next agenda, is review our goals. We're more than halfway through, but we didn't get them finished a little later, but still looking back, and a lot of them still have a lot of application to the beginning of the year. So if people could just take a look at what our goals were, what we've done up to this point, get me some feedback in terms of what you think we've accomplished or partially accomplished. If there are things that you think that we still need to do, or we haven't really worked on a particular goal, then let me know that, and I'll try to put something together for the next meeting. All right, so that was one thing. And I just want to remind people that we have an executive session next Monday on the 7th here at 6 o'clock. We are meeting with the select board on the 14th to appoint the Neshoba Tech representatives, two Neshoba Tech representatives, and then we're back here again here on the 15th. All right, so those are coming up, all right?
Can Linda maybe add a couple?
Yeah.
Just other upcoming things?
Yeah, I just wanted to add on, we've been working with the DM group, the group that has been doing the work around the strategic planning, that we've had the smaller or in individual groups. We're gonna host three more sessions all in one day on March 9th. 2 of them are virtual, one's gonna be at 9 AM, the second one's gonna be at 3 PM. And then the in-person's gonna be 6 PM at the McCarthy Library. And this will allow for anybody that wasn't either originally part of a group and other community members and stakeholders to come and give some input for that. So that will be March 9th, virtually at 9 AM. We'll get the links out to everybody. Virtually at 3 PM and in person at 6 PM at the McCarthy Library.
They try to target any particular group, or?
No, just anybody that didn't have a chance to give some type of input, because we had taken a small group of different people doing different functions within the school district. This could be any community members, it could be teachers that weren't originally part of those groups. Anyone that would like to join us could join that session. And then we're meeting with 2 student groups on the 8th for middle school and high school, and that's gonna be with a small group of students that have been selected as well.
I think the 2 day sessions, anyone can come, but the 2-day sessions are primarily, I'm gonna believe, like community members, parents who didn't get a chance to participate along those lines, because it's gonna be hard to coordinate teacher schedules. But the night session really is open to anyone. Obviously, any staff member who didn't participate certainly can. But I think when they sent us back some original data, they were saying they've already interviewed over 100 people. So they've gotten good feedback, they've gotten good representation. So this is just like one more opportunity to give people a chance to either do it remotely or come in person and share some more thoughts.
And you'll include those dates in your some more?
Yeah, and there is going to be a separate message going out too.
Okay, great.
All right, any other new items people would like to bring up? Okay, we are to our second public comment session. I believe we do have one in-person speaker that would like to speak, and then we have a few letters to read. So I'll invite our in-person speaker up first. Just a reminder at the beginning, when you come up, if you just give your name and address, try to limit yourself to 3 to 5 minutes, and keep in mind that we're not going to respond back at this point.
Sure. First of all, hello and good evening, Chelmsford School Board members. My name is Michael McIver. Address 221, geez, this thing is loud. 221 Littleton Road, Chelmsford. So I came here tonight, I'm the founder of Kid Lives Matter, first of all, I should tell you that. So we're a nonprofit organization based out of Massachusetts, but we're all over the country. We're an army of moms and dads, thousands of, moms, dads, and taxpayers across the country, trying to, I wouldn't say audit public schools, but definitely like make sure some real bad things aren't being taught to kids. And I don't believe that's happening at this school, but I want to tell you my intention, why I'm here, and possibly start coming to some more school board meetings with some other moms and dads to speak. So I started getting some concerned parents claiming that some of the curriculum here is full of critical race theory. And I've talked with some of the educators. I have a network of people who tell me that that there is no critical race theory. And that's fine. But what matters to a lot of the parents in the end is not as much of what critical race theory sounds like. What matters to them are the tenets and the attributes that ultimately lead to sexual material being taught to young kids, 2nd graders, 3rd graders, 4th graders. Our company, Kid Lives Matters, we pay lots of content writers. We have the Kid Book Lookup tool where parents can go type in the name of the book that their child's been assigned or that's in the public libraries that should have been removed because it was challenged. Books like Lawn Boy, All Boys Aren't Blue, and Crank, and I could go on and on and on. So ultimately, I sat here, and I've actually never sat through a school board meeting, budget meeting. I have 25 years in big tech background. I've been a part of some large budgets. I want to say I've never seen, you guys don't disagree or challenge each other about anything. I think you agreed on every single thing and it was a total of $67 million. That was like amazing to watch. Seriously, you guys must know each other well. You get along. You have great camaraderie. So what we want to try to find out is, are you guys going to take programs like, they say SEL, social emotional learning? Well, a lot of times, school board members aren't even aware of what that means and the attributes that are going to be brought in over the next years and how aggressive it gets. Like two of the main attributes of social emotional learning, which social emotional learning we all know is a tenet of critical race theory. So a lot of schools will say we don't teach critical race theory, but they'll have SEL, and then the two major attributes will be SOGI, sexual orientation and gender identity, and CSE, comprehensive sex education, right? And so it's a slippery slope, and the bottom line is, I'm not sure if you guys believe that the majority of parents of Chelmsford and taxpayers want the DEI programs, the SEL programs, and I'm not sure how deep and far you're gonna go with it, but what I'd like to understand at this, and maybe you won't like tell me this right now, but the only thing I'm really wanting to find out right now is like, do you guys promote the sexualized content through the SEL and the DEI programs and all the programs you voted to pay for? Are you guys big proponents of teaching young kids sexual material, or are you trying to say that we're here to help like disabled or, you know, people who have special needs and whatnot, or is that just kind of like a mask to slip in the sexual content? That's what the parents want to know, and that's what we'd like to find out. So I came here tonight thinking it was a school board meeting of parents, and I'd get to just kind of listen to them, talk to the school board. That's usually how I figure it out. Right now, we're doing things in Brockton, in Worcester. Tomorrow night, I'll be in Shrewsbury. You probably heard about what happened on the loudspeaker there a couple weeks ago. I don't know if you've heard what the principal allowed, a 3-minute rap all about killing police on the loudspeaker. Just the schools across America, I don't want to say anything negative because you guys might be doing awesome and I don't have enough information yet, but I've come here tonight just to tell you my intention, say hello to you, nice to meet you. I'm hoping to make a friend, build an ally, and all we want to do is we think any type of sexual content to second graders is evil. We will never be able to understand teaching like sex stuff to young kids, and we're just hoping it's not in Chelmsford, and that's it.
Good, thank you.
Meet you.
All right.
Great, thank you.
Nice to meet you.
All right.
All right, we have some letters that we received. People would like us to read, mostly in support of support paraprofessionals and the like. So we did have quite a few, so I did kind of pass them out to various people, so it's not just me reading them. So we'll just go around, and Donna, if you want to read the couple that you have, and then we'll work our way around.
Sure. Dear Committee and Dr. Lang, our family would like to express our support for the support staff of Chelmsford Public Schools in their livable wage campaign. It's time the budget reflects higher wages for support staff, wages that reflect the actual work that our school office staff, paraprofessionals, and recess aides put in every day. We all know that these individuals support kids, teachers, and families on a daily basis. Our family has been constantly supported by these individuals in our 9 years at CPS. All of the office staff are eager to help answer any questions we have as parents. In addition, paraprofessionals are an invaluable resource to our most precious children, as well as an important support for our teachers. I was a substitute for CPS a couple of years ago, and honestly, I can't wait to get back to it. My most favorite positions to substitute for are the paraprofessionals. At the end of the day, I would have such a sense of accomplishment that I was able to support kids and teachers at moments when they truly needed it. There have been times that both of my kids have come home from school talking about their recess aide who helped them through a situation at recess, or who helped them to make a friend, or encouraged them to join a game. This type of support cannot be overlooked. It is important that our support staff are treated to fair wages that reflect the work they all put into making sure all Chelmsford schools operate smoothly. Thank you for considering our comments. Tracy Troncoso and family.
You want to do all of them, or you want to do one at a time?
Let's go right around.
All right, go around, we'll go.
Dear Dr. Lang, school committee members, as a special education teacher at Chelmsford High School since 2013, I continue to be amazed with the dedication and compassion the paraprofessionals have for the students in Chelmsford. They are an incredible team, with some having over 20 years of experience in the district. I feel we can all agree that the past few years have been more demanding than most, and seeing the commitment the paraprofessionals have to my students has been inspiring, to say the least. I work with students who have social, emotional, and academic disabilities. The days when paras took notes, organized their materials, or helped a student study for a test are long gone. My caseload of students needs someone to talk to or work through issues or help them get to their classes. The students also need someone to help them work through issues with friends, someone to help them with getting their license or a job for after school. Paraprofessionals take the time to listen and gain my students' trust. That is a feat in itself. My students depend on them for academics as well as for social emotional needs. They are the unsung heroes of special education. That being said, I feel that they deserve a livable wage. Please provide a wage that can support the hardworking staff of paraprofessionals at Chelmsford High School. Sincerely, Courtney Farrell.
All right. This is from Andrea Marmo. So, Dear Dennis King and Dr. Jay Lang, I am writing this letter on behalf of the CPS support staff. I currently work as the English language education teacher at Harrington Elementary School. I have worked in the Chelmsford Public Schools for over 20 years as a mainstream elementary teacher, as well as my current role as an ELL teacher. The support staff in our district play a crucial role in the success of our special education students. They help bridge the gap between academic and social emotional learning for these students. In my role as the ELL teacher, I have several students who are also in special education. I rely on communication between the paraprofessionals and mainstream teachers in helping my ELL students succeed. The paraprofessionals are important in helping these students access academics, transition between subjects and activities, as well as help manage difficulties that children may be experiencing. As we know, especially over the last couple of years, it takes a village to raise a child, and the support staff play just an important role as teachers, administrators, custodians, food service workers, etc. We are asking the school committee to allocate enough money to the FY23 budget to allow support staff to finally earn a livable wage. Thank you, Andrea Marmo.
Okay. My name is Alyssa Kamara. I live at 24 Colonial Drive, Chelmsford. I'm a special education teacher at Byam with 4 paraprofessionals that work under me. I'm also a parent of a 3rd grade student in the functional academic class at Center Elementary who requires substantial para support throughout her day. First of all, I want to thank each and every one of you for all you've done for the school district, especially during the last 24 months. I'm reaching out to you today to request your support for increased wages for the support staff of Chelmsford Public Schools. I've been fortunate to work with some amazing and dedicated paraprofessionals, both as a teacher and as a parent. I'm incredibly thankful for the amazing staff that have worked with my daughter to get her to where she is now. I'm saddened at the wages that we pay our paraprofessionals. They are often the first line of defense when working with often the neediest of our population. If we want to continue to employ dedicated and highly qualified staff members, we need to increase their pay to a livable wage. We currently have 11 unfilled para positions. One highly likely reason for the positions to be unfilled are due to the current wages. I beg all members of the school committee to vote to increase the pay for our paraprofessionals. Thank you for your time.
Great. Dear members of the school committee and Dr. Jay Lang, I'm writing this letter to you today as a 6-year paraprofessional. Over the past 6 years, I've seen and experienced how essential paraprofessionals are to the classroom they support. Our job is an ever-changing role of educator, encourager, comforter, moral and emotional support, and sometimes an ear to listen to and truly hear what students are needing us to hear and know. What roles we need to follow change from day to day, and over the last 2 years, those roles can even change from minute to minute. I love being a paraprofessional. In past years, I was a preschool teacher, but I struggled with the ability to reach my students on the individual level that so many of them needed. When returning to the workforce after having my son, I made a choice to become a paraprofessional and found so much joy and satisfaction in my life and work. As a para, I have the ability to work with a child one-on-one and help them find and realize their potential as they work through the school year. There is nothing quite like seeing the joy and pride in a student's eyes when they understand a concept we have been working on or become self-sufficient on daily tasks. This is a joy I carry in my heart and a joy of working as a paraprofessional. As a mother of a student with ASD, I have also been privileged to know several other paraprofessionals who have worked with my son, helping him to be successful in school. The creativity and caring these paraprofessionals have shown to Elia have made a huge difference in how today he is thriving in high school. In consideration of how essential paraprofessionals are to classroom teachers and to students, I am asking you to please consider a salary adjustment for the support staff, not just a 2% increase for the school year 2022-2023. Sincerely, Jennifer Colbert.
Dear Dr. Lang, dear Dr. Jay Lang, and Chelmsford School Committee members, my name is Barbara DeFreitas of 44 Kensington Drive. I am the librarian at Harrington Elementary School. This is my 21st year in the district. I am one of the lucky ones, being an elementary school specialist and having the opportunity to work with support staff on a daily basis and witness firsthand the impact that our support staff has had on both student achievement and well-being. Our clerks and secretaries work tirelessly to make sure that all staff and students have all they need in order to be successful. They will even come to the aid of a staff member needing to step out of the classroom for a few minutes to take care of something. They take care of students who are sent to the office or nursed for various reasons. They put everyone's needs before their own. Our schools would not run as efficiently without them. They are so appreciated. Our recess aides work nonstop every minute they are on the clock. They supervise both lunch and recess and form a nurturing relationship with our students. They are the first line of defense when a student has an incident in the CAF, such as an allergic reaction, illness, choking, etc. They make sure that recess is fun for the students while also safe. If someone is hurt, they are responsible for assessing what is needed and to make the appropriate calls for help. At the height of the COVID pandemic, our recess aides were extremely helpful with digitizing interactive read-alouds and guided readings so that teachers would have access for hybrid and remote learning. Our paraprofessionals are such a vital component of student achievement. They perform tirelessly every minute of their workday. They make sure they know what is expected of them and the services that they need to provide to their students. I am amazed at the progress our students who have the support of a para make on a day-to-day basis. It is a beautiful thing to see a student who is not self-motivated evolve into a student who can do things on his or her own because she had the support of a para. The presence of a paraprofessional in the classroom is not only advantageous for students, but it also gives the teaching staff peace of mind in knowing that the instruction will be broken down and retaught to the students who just need that little extra bit of support. It is such a beautiful thing to witness this. I have so much respect for all of our support staff. In closing, I would like to say that our support staff deserve to have a more broad compensation scale for their years of service. I respectfully ask that you take this into account when discussing next year's budget. Loyalty should definitely be appreciated and rewarded. Our support staff is so worth it. Our students would not be as successful without them. Thank you for reading my letter, Barbara DeFreitas.
I was remiss, I skipped over the superintendent. He has some of his own, so, okay. Sorry.
I was gonna try
We'll
to
go
help.
back.
Oh, so I have to wait?
You have to wait.
Go ahead, Jim, go ahead.
Oh, it's ageism, I'm all set.
Dear Dr. Lang and members of the Chelmsford School Committee, I am in my 15th year as a para for the Chelmsford Public School System. I began this job so I could have the same hours as my daughter while they attended the South Row Elementary School. It was never meant to be my forever job, but each year I return because of the staff, the students, and the opportunity to make a difference in a child's life. It has been one of the most rewarding experiences in my work history, and I feel so blessed to have been given the opportunity to support my students through the years in their learning, as well as their social and emotional well-being. However, the job has changed significantly throughout the years as the academic needs of the students have increased, as well as the number of students that need support. I believe I speak for all paras when I say each and every day we strive to give all of our students we are assigned to and make a significant difference in the ability to succeed in the classroom and gain confidence in themselves. We are a critical asset to the school day of a student in the classroom and outside the classroom at specialists, lunch, or recess. We are the person many of our students count on to get them through the day and help them achieve success daily. Therefore, please recognize the significant role we fulfill in the Chelmsford Public Schools by granting us a wage adjustment, which recognizes our commitment and dedication to the students who attend our schools in the town of Chelmsford. Please consider a small salary adjustment. Please consider a salary adjustment, not a 2% increase in the 2022 budget. It is long overdue and will be very much appreciated. Thank you for your consideration. Para Lisa Darwin.
Good. Yes, sure.
I got several of them here.
One at a
Dear
time.
Dr. Lang and Chelmsford School Committee, my name is Allison Souza. I'm a first-year paraprofessional at the Center Elementary School. I'm writing to you today to tell you how much I enjoy working for the Chelmsford school system as a paraprofessional. I enjoy what I do and love helping children learn and grow to become successful. In the few months that I've been working here, I have truly felt welcomed with amazing staff and wonderful students. I have felt connected to my students and learning a lot about them. In these past few months, I've been working here. I have been placed in many different classrooms, helping out different teachers and many children. I honestly enjoy getting to know each and every one. I truly believe that it has been a tough year for everyone due to the lack of staff members, especially during the time of a pandemic. As a paraprofessional and many others, including our substitute teachers, we have been constantly rotating to other classrooms so that our students get the best help they need. There have been a ton of children who need that extra support, and I'm glad to be one of those people who are there to help when they need that support. I would appreciate it if you could please read this letter, which we are doing tonight, and thank you for your time and consideration. Allison Souza.
Let's see, who's next? Oh, Jeff.
No, Town Manager Cohen. No.
Guess
This is
they-
from Elaine Didinsky, paraprofessional, Parker Middle School. Good evening, Dr. Lang, Dr. Hirsch, and school committee members. As you work to prepare the budget for the 2022-2023 school year, I am writing to support my fellow paraprofessionals as we respectfully request that a salary adjustment, not a 2% increase, be included in this budget. I've been working in the Chelmsford Public Schools for more than 14 years. I began as a paraprofessional substitute, taking both short and long-term assignments at CHIPS in all 4 elementary schools and both middle schools. December 2011, I was able to accept a full-time paraprofessional position at Parker Middle School. At that time, the Massachusetts hourly minimum wage was $8, and the hourly new hire paraprofessional wage was $13.88. I was making $5.88, which is 73.5% more than the state minimum wage. As of January 1st, 2022, Massachusetts hourly minimum wage is $14.25, and the Chelmsford hourly new hire paraprofessional wage is $17.18. Today, a new hire paraprofessional in Chelmsford Public School makes $2.93 or 20.6% more than the state minimum wage. Since December 2011, when I began my full-time employment, the Massachusetts minimum wage has increased by 78%, while our new hire paraprofessional wages increased by only 23.78%. Massachusetts hourly minimum wage will be $15 in 2023. If our paraprofessional new hires hourly wage is increased by 2% for the 2022-2023 school year, as it has been for each of the past 10 years, it will be $17.52, just $2.52, or 16.82% more than the Massachusetts minimum wage in 2023. Please consider a salary adjustment, not a 2% increase in the 2022-2023 budget. Thank you for your time and consideration. Elaine Didinsky.
I have a letter from Bridget Discoli, a paraprofessional at Chelmsford High School. Dear Dr. Lang and members of the school committee, I have worked as a paraprofessional for 22 years at Chelmsford High School, and I truly love what I do. However, the salary is not livable. I have been part of many different programs of special education. I am currently working with social and emotional students from grades 9 through 12. Throughout the day, we break down academics and help them with their emotions as they do not know how to process them. This is my first year in this classroom, and I have never had so many difficult situations arise at one time. Due to COVID, the past 2 years have been trying to say the least. We play many roles as paraprofessionals, such as their counselor, mediator, educator to various students at one time. The cost of living has increased, and I have to work 2 jobs to be able to live. I am asking the school committee to allocate enough money in the FY23 budget to allow support staff to earn a livable wage. Best regards, Bridget Discoli.
Dear Dr. Lang and school committee, I'm writing to in support of our support staff in Chelmsford schools. We moved to Chelmsford almost 2 years ago. We moved during the 2020 pandemic and started in Byam with our first grade and K students in the fall of 2020. It was a difficult new experience for our students, especially being new to the school system and being remote for most of the school week. They were on the hybrid model. Our oldest, now in second grade, came in with an IEP, but it was new from spring of 2020 and never enacted by our prior town due to the pandemic and being completely out of school or learning. I was so blown away by the level of amazing support I received from Byam. The principal and assistant principal were so receptive and responsive to us during the summer in preparing for our students to join in the fall, but also on a new IEP. Our oldest was also diagnosed on the autism spectrum over the winter, early 2021. The team got together and added more resources to our meeting to review with a neuropsychologist the in-depth diagnosis and recommended support at school. Our family experience from our prior school system is night and day. We came from a much smaller community and had much less resources than we do here in Chelmsford. Kindergarten for our oldest was so difficult and getting services was extremely challenging. Our child was miserable every day. Now in Chelmsford at Byam, our oldest is thriving. My child has such a great team of support staff, as well as the principal and teachers. I can't thank the support staff enough for this turnaround in loving learning, enjoying going to school, understanding there are so many adults that are there to help guide and help with the emotions and behaviors that come with autism and anxiety and ADHD. The ABA, special education, and classroom aid paraprofessionals are so imperative to my child's success at school. They assist to calm any agitation due to learning styles not being understood or lessons being difficult to navigate. They have so much training that is needed to help with students that have disabilities, and that training and experience is gold. We really see it every day or hear from these paraprofessionals to let us know how things are going or how we can assist in understanding behavior. I did not realize that this group is underserved in salary expectations and want to implore the committee to increase their salary to a livable wage because we need them. I thought that they would be closer to a full-time teacher's salary than they actually are, and hope we can get them closer to a true livable wage. This group is good at what they do and love what they do. If we can make sure they are properly supported in salary for their massive efforts, reaching our children and helping them daily, they can continue to do what they love and do well without the stress and constant worry about making ends meet due to the wage they have been making. I would be happy to have this read aloud anonymously. I think she changed her mind to the anonymous and consented. It's Karina Morse.
All right, I hope this email finds you well. My name is Stephen McCormick, and I write to you as a father of 4 school-age children, 3 that currently attend public schools in Chelmsford, and 1 that attended public school through 8th grade, and now is a freshman at the Middlesex School. I'm writing to express my support for the current and future staff members of the Chelmsford Public School System. I know that there is some debate in regards to allocating more funds for teachers and paraprofessionals within the district. I would like to offer that I think that paying our teachers, paraprofessionals, and administration is of the utmost importance to the children of the community. Let's be honest, the last 2 years have been very hard on all of us. In my opinion, that has had a significant impact on our children's education. At this juncture, I think it is more important than ever to ensure we have both ample and qualified educators working in our classrooms. Unfortunately, almost all children are faced with playing catch-up on their education as a result of COVID-19. Not only has COVID-19 had a significant impact on the district's ability to ensure our children have been properly educated, it has also had a lasting impact on the mental health of many students, and I'm sure faculty. It's almost certain that we have not yet realized the mental health impact that we're faced with, and it will likely take years for it to manifest. As a result, it is imperative we offer the children of our community the very best level of education possible, as well as added supports in the classrooms. I have no doubt that many teachers and staff find themselves overwhelmed with what has transpired over the last 2 years, and we need to support them. As an owner of many businesses, I know how hard it is to find strong candidates to fill important positions with the workforce seemingly dwindling day by day. That said, the best way to combat that is to retain the talent that we have, and a significant piece of that puzzle is through paying stronger wages. We all see that inflation is upon us, and the average person's cost of living is far exceeding the wage growth, especially in the public sector. We are already in a situation where at times schools are understaffed and potentially needed positions become extremely difficult to fill. In my opinion, it is imperative that we take a strong proactive approach to ensure that we're able to retain the talent we have and invest in the future of our children. I cannot sit here and act like I know what the proper wage is for many of the positions, but do know wages across the country, and certainly in Massachusetts, continue to rise each month. My goal would be to ensure that our school staff is offered a cost of living pay increase equal or greater than the average cost of living expense. I know your committee and the Chelmsford Public School System, like all of the districts, have been faced with a nearly impossible task over the last couple of years, and I applaud you all for the efforts you have shown your community. You don't see me around much, but I'm always paying attention and up to speed on things in town, especially as they pertain to the education of our children. I would request that the entirety of my email letter is read during the second public input session. In addition, I am asking the Chelmsford Public School Committee to allocate additional funding in the FY23 budget to ensure that staff is able to learn at a livable wage. In closing, I would like to thank you and the members of the committee for persevering through the very difficult time you have been faced with throughout the COVID-19 pandemic, and offer that in our home, your hard work and dedication to the community does not go unnoticed. Sincerely, the McCormick family.
Dear Dr. Lang and School Committee, can you please read this into the record of the meeting? I'm a student at Chelmsford High School. I'm running to support the livable wage for Paris. I feel like they should get a raise because of everything they do for the students. They help us not only with schoolwork, but with the emotional support that we're needing during this day. In my opinion, if I didn't have them to help me out, I feel I wouldn't be doing as well as I am. I rely on the parents in my room. They have become like family to me and lots of other students at Chelmsford High School. They are a reason why I come to school, because I know they are going to be there. I work and I'm currently making $2 less than them, and I feel with everything they do for the students, they should get a raise. That's Courtney Farrell, Jr. at the high school.
I'm currently in my 13th year at the Byam Elementary School. I'm currently working as an ABA paraprofessional in a sub-separate room. I have previously worked as a special education paraprofessional in general education classrooms, and before that, as a kindergarten aide. I left my previous career 20 years ago in order to have more time to raise my children and care for my parents. I took a significant pay cut, but the trade-off seemed worth it. From the very beginning, when I was subbing, I knew that this was a great fit for me. I love the children, the staff, and the value of my work. Like many of my coworkers, I have taken advantage of the training offered through the school, even during the summers. I'm invested in learning and growing in my job. I have, on my own time and at my own expense, become a registered behavioral technician. I am proud to work with so many dedicated, caring, and capable professionals, secretaries, clerks, recess, lunch aides, teachers, and administrators. Together, we provide essential services to students, both general education and special education. We paras work with classroom teachers, specialists, and therapists to implement academic and behavioral plans. No professional has exactly the same job as another, and our own jobs vary day to day and certainly year to year. We may work with one child or several in a sub-separate room, a general education room, or some combination of assignments. Our students have very different needs. No matter the assignment, we have the most direct connection with students in our care. We are responsible for implementing behavior plans and academic plans. We are the first line when it comes to keeping our students and students around them safe. Professionals teach social skills, work on goals set by the occupational therapist, physical therapist, speech and language pathologist, adaptive physical education teacher, special education teacher, and BCBA. In order to do that, we learn how to teach these skills and incorporate them in our daily routines. We learn new technology, teaching methods, and data tracking skills. We help children access art, music, physical education, library, and computer classes. We help children with health needs, bathrooming needs, emotional needs. We teach children how to play, and we help them with life skills. Sometimes we are called upon to work in different rooms or programs in a different capacity, And because we are flexible, we do so willingly. In return, we are asking for a living wage. So many of us would like to work just one job in order to meet basic expenses. We want this to be our one job, the one that we pour our hearts into every day because we are making a true difference. Thank you for helping us so we can continue in a career we love. And this is from Alexandra Daly, and she lives on Montview Road in Chelmsford.
This is Marie O'Donnell, Byam Kindergarten. Good evening, everyone. I wish I could be there in person to support the efforts of our paraprofessionals. The We're Worth It campaign is long overdue. I have been teaching in Chelmsford for 27 years. I have had the pleasure of working alongside talented paraprofessionals nearly every year of my tenure. These people pour their hearts and souls into their work and their students. When our most vulnerable students need encouragement, there's a para at their side. When a student needs help to regulate their emotions, you can thank a para for diverting a tantrum with a much-needed sensory break. When a nonverbal student wants to interact with their classmates, it's the paraprofessional that facilitates that experience. When a child needs 45 minutes to solve a multiplication problem with the partial product method, a para does not give up on them. How many parents can say that? These dedicated men and women come to school every day ready to support the most complex learners in our district. They manage to support up to 4 or 5 students at a time. These students have different academic needs, different academic goals, and different emotional triggers. Paras do this day after day because they love their students. Let's face it, they don't do this work in order to get rich, but they deserve a livable wage. Our paraprofessional team has too many people who have to work 7 days a week at second or third jobs just to make ends meet. According to School Spring, there are 12 vacant paraprofessional positions in Chelmsford. It's time for the district to step up and pay paras a livable wage. They're worth it.
Good evening, Dr. Lang and school committee members. My name is Marsha Cohen. I live at 24 Lamplighter Lane, North Chelmsford. I have been a paraprofessional for the town of Chelmsford for 19 years. I presently support 6th and 7th grade. I have, however, supported grades 1, 5, and 8 over the past 19 years. As the years have passed, the role of a para has changed significantly. However, our salaries have not reflected the increase in our responsibilities. Upon my hire 19 years ago, my job was to provide academic support. Currently, I do not only support students with academic needs, but I am also expected to support students with emotional and behavioral issues. As time has moved forward, the special education needs have increased dramatically, while the para employment has decreased. We as paras are extremely understaffed and overworked. Currently, I support not only a large population in one grade level, but 2. My current schedule is overextended, attending 6 core classes every day, no learning centers and no specialists. Academic teachers are not even expected to attend teacher support 6 cores every day. Paras are hired and expected to attend 6 classes every day, not 6 cores. Paraprofessionals are seeking employment in surrounding towns that offer significant larger salaries compared to our district. This is due to the overscheduled days some of us are experiencing and is leading to a shortage of paras in our classrooms. Seasoned and experienced staff are leaving Chelmsford para position, partly due to the salaries offered along with the unacceptable expectations. A para like myself with 19 years experience is making a mere $1.30 more than a new hire. We are asking for the paraprofessionals to receive a salary adjustment for a fair, livable wage. Please consider this request in your fiscal 2023 budget. Thank you for your time and consideration. Marsha Cohen.
All right, so I have Catherine Burgess, a special education teacher from Byam School. Good evening. It is my pleasure to write you and share my feelings about the paraprofessionals in Chelmsford. Over the past dozen years, I have been fortunate to work with so many talented paraprofessionals in my role as a special education teacher at the Byam School. Without these people, servicing my students would be infinitely more difficult. I don't think it would be possible. The paraprofessionals I work with daily are some of the most flexible people I have ever known. They not only work with my students to make sure their accommodations are carried out in the classrooms, explaining confusing concepts to ensure understanding, clarifying tricky instructions, modeling, but they have also been willing to fill in and substitute when we have not had teachers. This has happened more often than anybody would like, and the people who have saved the day by covering classrooms day to day are our paraprofessionals. Many of our paraprofessionals are working towards teaching degrees, or they already have earned teaching degrees. These are wise, wonderful people who are often also working second jobs to pay their bills. Their pay does not match what is asked of them. For the effort they put into this work, please offer our paraprofessionals a respectable and livable wage. Thank you for your time. Respectfully, Catherine Burgess.
This is from Wendy Ruskowski, a paraprofessional at CHIPS. I've been an ABA paraprofessional with CPS for the past 12 years at CHIPS. Preschool is the basis for all upper-level learning. I have put in many emotional and dedicated hours for these students to learn social skills, emotional skills, coping skills, confidence, personal hygiene, and more. As paras, we make a very big difference in their skills as they move on to kindergarten. The last 2 years have proven to be particularly difficult while not making a living wage. I also need to consider me and my family's well-being. I ask that you consider a competitive increase in our pay as we make significantly less than surrounding towns. Thank you.
Okay, I am a junior in high school and have had support throughout my 3 years in high school. They have helped me so much. For example, when I don't understand something, I feel comfortable asking them for help. They explain it and break assignments down very well in order for me to understand it better. I couldn't thank them enough for helping me these past years. Thank you, Natalia Veracano.
Hello, Dr. Lang and School Committee. My name is Renee McLaughlin. I'm a union representative and a support paraprofessional at Chelmsford High School. I'm also an 18-year employee. The paraprofessional position, responsibilities, and duties continuously grows in this job, but unfortunately, the wage compensation doesn't match the job. When comparing Chelmsford support members to the schools comparably referred to by the Department of Elementary and Secondary Education, the 2% yearly increase that we receive for this position here in Chelmsford is not in line with the work that is done. I'm asking you to please consider a fair value wage to be matched to the duties performed in this job here in Chelmsford. I thank you for your support. I thank you for your time this evening and for giving me this opportunity to speak. Linda, do you have any more?
Okay.
Donna?
Donna? Well then, Jeff?
Dear Dr. Lang and school committee members, my name is Michael Goff. I live at 37 Dunshire Drive, North Chelmsford. I am an ABA paraprofessional at Byam. First, I want to thank you for all of your dedication to the children and staff of Chelmsford Public Schools, especially these past 2 years. Today, I call on your support for increased wages for support staff. Currently, these employees are severely underpaid. The scope and expectations of the job has changed over the years. Support staff go above and beyond their current job description. The wages of a paraprofessional earns in Chelmsford is not a livable wage. Many of us work a second or third job. Some support staff depend on other family members to survive. Many are not as fortunate to have families to lean on. There are amazing support staff employees in Chelmsford. Every year, we lose remarkable colleagues to better paying jobs. These positions are not easily filled. Highly qualified applicants often turn down a job offer due to abysmal wages. The time for change is now. As a committee, it is time to show your financial support. It is time the budget for Chelmsford Public Schools reflects an increase in wages for support staff. Find creative ways to pay support staff what they are worth. Paraprofessional is a professional career. We love our job. We care for our students and want them to be successful. It is time we are financially valued. Thank you for your consideration. I look forward to working with you soon. Michael Goff.
I have one more. My name. It's okay. My name is Catherine Neves, and I would like my entire email letter to be read during the second public input session. Quote, paraprofessionals have the hardest position in the school, and it is a shame that they are paid the least, close quotes. This statement was made to me shortly after I began my career as a paraprofessional this year at Harrington Elementary School. The individual who made this statement is of higher position, and I soon came to realize their statement to be true. Paraprofessionals are not just an extra body in the classroom. We provide academic and moral support to students with behavioral and/or academic challenges. While providing that support, it is also important for data to be collected to document the student's progress. If no progress is being made, then we must start from scratch and implement new strategic plans to help those students succeed. Paraprofessionals are very flexible and determined to provide the best support to students in need. Paraprofessionals also help the teacher and the rest of the class however we can. As a paraprofessional, I was even required to become CPI trained with no increase in pay. I enjoy working as a paraprofessional in the Chelmsford school community, although I do not make a livable wage, which has created quite a predicament. I'm not the only one who struggles with this. The support staff is asking the school committee to allocate enough money to the fiscal '23 budget so we can earn a livable wage. Thank you for your time and consideration.
I just have one more. Hi, Jay. As a teacher in the district for over 16 years and a parent of a child on IEPs, I've witnessed the magical impact that paraprofessionals make each and every day. Paras assist students socially, emotionally, and academically throughout the school day in the classroom, at specialist recess, and during transition periods. They build strong relationships with students and are asked to take on many roles. Please consider a salary adjustment, not just a 2% increase for these amazing people. Thank you, Kim Mara from Center School.
I believe that's all of them. All right, so again, I'd like to thank the people that came this earlier today and people that sent their letters. We look forward to working with these groups. In a few weeks, we start negotiations and then, yeah. All right, anything else? John? Yeah, all right. I'll take a motion to adjourn.
I make a motion to adjourn.
Second.
Second, all in favor?
Aye.
Thank you.